The Billionaire's Second Chance Bride, The Romero Brothers Book 1, by Shadonna Richards. Narrated by Kira Omens. Chapter 1. We're being sued for how much? Lucy Shillerton asked over the speakerphone. Her jaw fell open. She could feel the air being sucked out of her lungs. She dared not take a breath. $12 million. The voice sounded cold on the other end of the phone. Lucy closed her eyes and placed her hand on her forehead. Her heartbeat pounded fiercely in her throat. $12 million? My life is so over. She was dead. She was so dead, and it wasn't even funny. She could not believe her burning ears. Her company could never recover from a civil suit of that magnitude. Heck, it couldn't even recover from a $12,000 suit. Her insurance alone would fly through the roof. Lucy hunched her shoulders as she sat down in the leather chair at Dreams Weddings, Inc. Welcome to your new and possibly last job as its CEO. It hadn't been 6 months since her eccentric late aunt left her the business in her will to take over, and Lucy barely knew said auntie. And now? How in God's name had she gotten herself into this business? Why didn't she contest her aunt's will? For all she knew, Lucy didn't even believe in the institution of marriage. Her own father had left her mother for a secretary when Lucy was in her teens. Later, her mother, who had suffered from a rare congenital heart defect, died of a broken heart. Then, just when Lucy was about to embark on happiness with Jeff Samuels, her first and only love, he perished in a car crash 2 years ago, along with his mistress apparently. So much for happy endings. It seemed as if dream weddings was nothing more than nightmare weddings for her now. Okay, let me get this straight. We're being sued by the bride and groom. No, dear. The parents of the bride and the parents of the groom are suing the company for endangerment. But it was their dream wedding. We warned them about the dangers of bungee jumping off a bridge while screaming their vows. It's all written in the disclaimer, Mr. Petrie. We can't possibly be liable. I'm truly sorry that the bungee jump off the bridge didn't go as planned, but... Sorry, Lucy. You're a sweet girl, you really are. But such are the dangers of running a business like Dream Weddings. These days, brides and sometimes the grooms want to go all out to have the most unusual, adventurous nuptials, and they don't think about the consequences or the risks involved. Lucy was beset with a massive headache at that moment. She rubbed her throbbing temples while talking on the speakerphone of her new corner office. The headquarters of Dream Weddings, Inc. was situated near the lake on Front Street in Toronto's artsy business district. The loft-style office was on the top floor of a 4-story building and had the shiniest hardwood flooring she'd ever stepped on. The walls were adorned with the coolest artwork she'd ever seen. Apparently, her elusive, actual great-aunt, who really knew how to decorate, had won some lottery drawn in the province and invested in helping others secure the weddings of their dreams. The company was previously called Weird Weddings, Inc., then it was changed to Have It Your Way Weddings, but her aunt received some sound legal advice about changing its name. If Lucy could have it her own way, she wouldn't even be in this situation right now. This whole scenario was getting weirder by the moment. Regardless, Lucy would always be eternally grateful to her aunt for sending her some of her winnings so that she could secure her own place and finish her studies. That was so kind of her, even if they weren't close. Her aunt was ever so elusive and traveled considerably. The saving grace was that her aunt's assistant, Maxine Summers, who knew the business very well, still stayed on after Lucy took over. It wasn't as if Lucy currently had much of a life. She wasn't in touch with her father, had very few friends, and rarely went out. She recently graduated with her master's in philosophy and psychology and was about to complete her PhD. Since teaching jobs at area universities were scarce, it seemed like a blessing in disguise at the time to have this opportunity to turn over her aunt's business and perhaps complete her studies later. At 29, Lucy wasn't exactly a social animal, but she really needed to get a life, a proper one. Okay, fine, I will get in touch with my lawyer, Mr. Petrie, and someone will get back to you on that one. After Lucy hung up the phone, she rubbed her temples again. Girl, you are not having a good day, are you? Her assistant, Maxine, walked in as if on cue after she disconnected the phone call. Maxine juggled 2 steaming lattes in her hands. Thank God for Maxine. Thanks, Maxine, Lucy said and took one of the cups from her assistant. Maxine always knew what to get Lucy when she really needed it. Oh, no worries, Lucy. Maxine plopped in the chair in front of Lucy and surveyed her. She was 5'10" and had dark hair with a touch of blue and blonde highlights, and wore a pencil dress with tights and thick dark-rimmed glasses. Her long hair was pulled up into a ponytail. She was fun to work with and catty enough when she needed to be to keep Lucy on track, and full of valuable knowledge about the business. Of late, Maxine was in talks with the Home Network. She was trying to secure a spot so their business could do a segment on one of its popular reality TV shows. But Lucy could not even entertain that thought with the recent chaos in her life. Yes, she had other proverbial fish to fry. You sure you're okay? Maxine continued. You really don't look too good. Maxine, I don't know what to do. Was this what Aunt Chris went through every day? She gave her left temple a break from massaging and picked up the latte and took a sip of the warm, smooth drink. Its rich, creamy texture melted down Lucy's throat and soothed her inside. That was just what she needed. Oh, every day, girl. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Lucy hadn't had a chance to go through all the paperwork when she took over. Mr. Petrie, the part-time business manager and bookkeeper, had only informed her of her current contracts that had to be fulfilled, but still went through other business matters and tax documents that needed to be processed. What do you mean by that? Maxine placed her latte on the table and pulled out her iPad. Aunt Chris must have really hated me. Maxine chuckled. Really, I don't think it's that bad, honey. Besides, this business really gave your aunt a lot of love. Yeah, I'll bet. You know what your problem is? Oh boy, yes, Dr. Phil. No, seriously, girl. When was the last time you got laid? Maxine. No, really. Have you ever been on a date this century? Maxine playfully arched her brow. When was the last time you got some? Lucy shot back, knowing full well Maxine hadn't been on a date as long as she had. Maxine shot her a playful scorn. She reminded Lucy of the little sister she never had. When things got stressful around the office, Maxine was always there to lighten the mood and remind her not to take herself too seriously all the time. It just wasn't worth it. Besides, you know I was engaged 2 years ago. Lucy's voice trailed off as she continued. The memory was way too painful to conjure up right now. The conversation was going to a darker place she'd rather not revisit. Sorry, Lucy, I totally forgot. But listen, just because you lost love, it doesn't mean you can't go out and find someone else who would really appreciate you. Maxine, you're a sweetheart, ever the romantic enthusiast. But seriously, I've learned that marriage is not for everyone. And boy, did Lucy really mean it. It hadn't worked out for her own parents, and although her heart still ached over losing Jeff in such a horrific accident, he was with another woman at the time. Imagine that. He was with his mistress. Apparently, according to news reports, they were in a compromising position, both partially undressed before the waist in the car when the collision occurred. Jeff was definitely distracted when that accident occurred. Lucy squeezed her eyes shut as if to push that horrific scene out of her mind. No, I will not go back into the past. It's gone. The past is gone. I will not let the past haunt me. It's gone. I will live in the present and dream about the future. At least that was what the months of therapy had taught her during that time period. She had to move forward, but Maxine, as well-meaning as she was wrong about marriage. It really wasn't for everyone, and it certainly wasn't for her. Okay, so she'd create dream betrothals for other people, but that was as far as it would go for her. No dream weddings for Lucy Shillerton. No way in hell. Okay, now tell me about the outstanding contracts my aunt left. That we at Dream Weddings have left. Lucy corrected herself. Maxine started fingering across the screen of her iPad and pulled up a few files. She sure was quick with her fingers on the tablet. Thank God for technology. It wasn't long ago Lucy remembered digging through stuff in a regular file cabinet and pulling out stacks of paper files on documents she needed at one of her old summer jobs. Okay, so we have at least 3 or 4 left, and then we can take that much-needed break that you so crave, girlfriend, Maxine said. Lucy grabbed her old-fashioned notepad and braced herself to take notes. Okay, what have you got? Lucy prompted Maxine. Right now we have Debbie and Luke. And their wedding theme is... Lucy said, taking another sip of her coffee. Mud-style wedding. Lucy spewed her coffee all over the desk. Girl, you okay? Maxine got up and immediately went around the table to pat Lucy on the back as she choked. I'm good, Lucy said after she composed herself. Mud-style wedding? Yeah, it's supposed to be a popular theme. Lucy sighed. Listen, I've got to be heading out soon. Got a dentist appointment and I don't want to miss this one, Maxine said. Okay, who are the other wedding contracts? Lucy asked, quietly sucking in a deep breath. Breathe, Lucy. It'll be okay. Just breathe. You are granting wishes here. It's not about you, it's about these wonderful people who want a chance at a happily ever after. And who could fault them, right? Maybe a little thing called fate. Well, Maxine continued, leaning back in the chair with a grin. Crystal and Randy, who still don't have a theme, but they want us to decide. Really? Really. For some reason, Lucy felt a small sense of relief. She thought of doing a risk-free romantic celebration. If you want, I can take that one over. Maxine raised a brow with a wicked grin on her face. Okay, Maxine, I know it's always been your dream, so... Lucy breathed in then exhaled calmly. We'll do that one together, okay? Maxine frowned. Fine. What's the timeline on these? Well, the mud style is in 2 months, and the unknown one is in 2.5 months. Great. We're not done yet, hun. We're not? Nope. Maxine suppressed another wicked grin. Okay, Maxine, cough it up. Antonio Romero, the wealthy real estate tycoon. Romero? Romero Realty? No way. Maxine nodded slyly. Yes, way. And he'll be the biggest client your aunt ever secured. God rest her soul. Wow, I don't believe it. But wait a minute. Isn't he like 90? Not quite, he's 76. Maxine paused for a moment. But he looks fit for his age and he does scuba diving and stuff like that. Oh, this dude is young at heart. He's got the body of a 49-year-old. You know, like Joe Pilates had. Lucy leaned back and relaxed in her soft leather seat of her executive chair. Finally, a safe wedding. So, what could they do for a sweet elderly man and his equally senior bride? Perhaps they were both widowed and wanted a second chance at love. Maybe Dream Weddings could set up a romantic, authentic 40s-style old Hollywood wedding theme from the era of the silver screen. That would be appropriate. Have they chosen a theme? Lucy asked eagerly. Fun birds. Huh. Okay, Lucy did not see that one coming. Fun birds? Maxine nodded emphatically. It's sort of like Angry Birds, only it's not. Lucy could not imagine two 70-something-year-olds having a fun bird wedding. Okay, you lost me. Exactly how are we going to do this? Lucy leaned forward in her chair and pressed her elbows on her desk. Well, the bride wants to meet her groom at the altar by way of a human-sized slingshot. Lucy thought she was going to collapse. Just how old is this bride? Or how young? 46. Lucy flopped back in her chair and placed her palms on the edge of her desk. She pinched her lips to either stifle a hysterical laugh or a hysterical cry. Okay. She nodded and hunched her shoulders. This was about the couples. This was about granting wishes to happy couples. Okay, she said again quietly. Are you sure you're not having a meltdown? Yep, I'm sure. I think. Have fun at the dentist, Maxine. See you in the morning. Tomorrow is Saturday. Right, see you Monday, Maxine. Maxine grinned and got up slowly. She grabbed her iPad and coffee and proceeded to walk about, but paused at the door. You know, Lucy, for what it's worth, I'm proud of you. You are? Why? Lucy asked. For not contesting Chris's will. She was an odd one at times, but this business meant the world to her. She was able to make dreams come true for people just like her, I guess. You're sort of cool. I thought you were some prude Miss Proper who was going to sell this company to the highest bidder, and here you are. Maxine seemed as if she was going to be teary-eyed, but Lucy could tell she was only teasing her. Doing your best to make this work. Kudos to you, girlfriend. She strode out of Lucy's office. Lucy smiled and shook her head. She glanced at the clock on her computer screen, and it was almost 4:30 in the afternoon. The young receptionist outside her door would be leaving soon, too. Lucy continued her aunt's tradition of letting employees leave earlier than 5 o'clock on Fridays. Just then, the receptionist buzzed her office. Yes, Darla? Lucy called over the speakerphone intercom. You have an appointment, Lucy. I do? I thought I was all clear for the afternoon. This was the last thing Lucy wanted to hear. She was looking forward to going home early on this Friday after a hectic week at the office and soak in a nice aromatherapy Epsom salt soothing bath, sipping champagne to celebrate that she was still alive after a crazy week. Heck, just celebrating breathing. You have a Mr. Antonio Romero here to see you. Darla answered back over the intercom. Antonio Romero? Antonio Romero. Lucy glanced down at her notepad. Holy shit, that 76-year-old tycoon with a Funbirds-themed wedding. Right, please send him in, Darla. Will do. Lucy straightened out her skirt, which had ridden up while she was seated. She looked as if she'd just worked a busy workday, but she knew how respectable she needed to look for her clients, especially the elderly ones who were used to prim and proper back in the day. When the door swung open, Lucy's jaw fell wide open. Lucy was stunned, dazed, confused. Standing before her was the most gorgeous, possibly 6 foot, dark, tanned, and sexy as hell young man she'd ever seen in her life. He was dressed in a stunning, expensive-looking suit that seemed to complement his obvious muscular frame and broad shoulders. He had dark, silky cropped hair, and deep, rich, dark eyes and high chiseled cheekbones. He was to die for. She wasn't good with ages, but he sure as hell was nowhere near 76. There must have been a mistake. The other thing Lucy noticed was that Mr. Drop-Dead Sexy was not smiling. He appeared not in a good mood. He glared at her through dangerously dark eyes framed with the longest lashes she'd ever seen on a man. "Mr. Romero?" Lucy queried, still stunned. "I'm his grandson, Antonio." Oh my God. "You're Antonio III." Lucy extended her hand, then quickly withdrew it when she saw his jaw was clenched. "Did he bite?" "I'm sorry, I thought it was your grandfather. We're not allowed to discuss contracts with anyone other than the client and his or her spokesperson, sir." "Miss Shillerton, I'll make this short. I know you're probably as pressed for time as I am, but I want you to cancel this wedding of my grandfather's, and I want you to do it pronto." "What?" Lucy almost fell over. "Who does he think he is? What are you talking about?" "I'm aware you took over the business from your aunt, and I appreciate what you are trying to do." Antonio sounded more curt and authoritative, if that was possible. "But I will pay you any amount of money for your inconvenience to prevent my grandfather from making the biggest mistake of his life." "Do tell. What makes you think he's making a mistake?" Lucy was growing hotter by the second. Was the heat climbing in the office all of a sudden, or was it the tension between them? It wasn't merely the fact that this bossy man just barged into her office, uttering commands for her to follow, but yeah, he was hot as hell. Focus, Lucy, focus. Lucy fought hard to keep her composure, but it wasn't easy when someone so good-looking and sinfully sexy was distracting your professional thoughts. Listen, my clients are my business. I'm sorry you are having family issues, but—" "Family issues?" Antonio repeated as he shoved his hands into his tailored pants pockets, swiftly pacing side to side in her office. Oh, she caught the soothing scent of his delicious cologne, and it stirred some naughty feelings inside her. He smelled good. She noticed the way he moved. Powerful. Manly. It had been too long since she'd been with someone. Maxine was right. "Focus, Lucy, focus." "This has nothing to do with family issues, Miss Shillerton. This is my grandfather's life, and I'm protecting him from some two-bit gold digger." "Gold digger? Are you planning on echoing every select word I speak, Miss Shillerton, or do you plan on following through on my wishes?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Romero." Hell, even his name sounded sexy. It just rolled around and off her tongue. "But your grandfather is my concern. I work for him and his bride-to-be. We're here to make his dream wedding come true, and who are we to tell him he can't have it, or to tell him he can't fall in love? Besides, why didn't you tell him to call it off?" For a moment, Antonio paused. He locked gaze with Lucy, causing a wave of hot emotions to spring through her body. She was shivering inside. Holy cow. No man had ever had that effect on her body. And just from one look. There certainly was some sort of indescribable magnetic pull between them. She just couldn't pinpoint it. This man oozed sexual power and something else. He pulled his gaze from her and left her cold for a moment. How odd. He glared at her as if undressing her with his eyes, but then he stopped himself and regained his composure. "I did," he admitted curtly. "I asked him to halt this foolishness and come to his senses, but your agency had already convinced him that this was the best decision he was making. You need to undo this. You have until the end of next week to call this thing off. This is not a request. It is an order." He spoke so calmly and quietly, and so deadly cool that Lucy's knees weakened and almost buckled. What the hell was that about? Antonio Romero III, the hot and sexy grandson of her client, uttered some sort of ultimatum and stormed out of her office as quickly as he'd blown in. The end of next week? What would this man do to her then? Chapter 2. Moments later, Antonio headed to his BMW parked outside the headquarters of Dream Weddings, Inc. What just happened? His intention was to really put Miss Shillerton in her place for taking his vulnerable grandfather's money and planning some high-risk, embarrassing wedding that would probably aggravate his grandfather's heart condition. But he just couldn't. That was so unlike Antonio. Antonio was always a man in control, and he'd seen plenty of beautiful women in his lifetime and dated the most eligible high society bachelorettes. But Lucy Shillerton? Damn, she was stunning. She had almost thrown him off balance. Good thing Antonio caught himself and got back on track with his demands. Antonio slid into his driver's seat of his car with his jaw clenched. No way in hell was he about to be that easily distracted by a pretty face. A beautiful face. He thought back to her smooth-looking tanned skin and her large brown beautiful eyes framed by long lashes, her high cheekbones and well-defined full lips that looked so damned kissable. Her long dark hair looked so silky he was almost tempted to reach over the desk and run his fingers through it. When she rose to greet him, Antonio noticed she was nicely filled out. She had optimal proportions. Lucy didn't look like some of those malnourished and bony models he'd seen. She had the hourglass shape. Small waist, shapely hips, and a full bosom. He was an expert at detecting boob jobs. She, thankfully, had no sign of plastic surgery that he could discern. Lucy was the real deal. But it wasn't just her physical assets. It was her aura. Yes, that's what it was, her aura. Antonio could tell there was something sweet and humble about Lucy, the way she extended her hand so sincerely, and despite his coarse introduction, she retreated humbly and recomposed herself. She didn't seem to hint at all at having an attitude or being hostile. Antonio could not be sure, of course, but he was often right in his assessments of people he'd meet. "Start car," Antonio commanded in a deep, forceful voice, using his sophisticated voice control engine start system. The engine of his luxury vehicle promptly revved. He then navigated his way through the streets of downtown Toronto towards his high-rise condominium near the waterfront. Still, his mind was on the pretty Miss Lucy Shillerton. He'd caught the fact that her ring finger was completely bare and had no sign of a ring ever being on it, so there was a strong possibility that she was available. Just then, a tone rung from the speakers of his vehicle. "You have a call from Lucas," the disembodied female voice stated through his speaker. "Answer," Antonio directed. He was still in deep thought, but he could take a call from his cousin and business associate. "Hey man, you okay?" Lucas Romero's voice pierced the speakerphone. "Just a little distracted right now. I'm on the road." "I see." Lucas hesitated at first. "Listen, I just wanted to check on the latest with our granddad. Any news? He's still not going through with the crazy wedding, is he?" "Not if I can help it," Antonio answered coldly. "Did you speak to the people at the agency to get them to stop it?" "Not quite. I got a bit distracted, but I gave her an ultimatum." "Her?" Lucas sounded surprised. "Ultimatum?" "Yes. It's a young woman who has apparently taken over from her late aunt who owned this agency. They grant wishes to couples to put on interesting wedding ceremonies." "But you told them they can't go through with it, right?" "I gave her till next Friday to break it to him gently, or else." "Or else what?" Lucas paused. "Wait a minute. Is she cute?" "Lucas!" Antonio's tone was sharper than he had intended, but he was so not going there. Usually, he would entertain his playboy cousin's juvenile sense of humor, but he wasn't in the mood for it now. So why had his crotch jumped when Lucas pried as to whether Lucy was cute? Just thinking about Lucy made Antonio hard, because she was hot as hell. He'd never seen anyone so stunning, so naturally beautiful. And then there was that sweet perfume she was wearing. What was it called? Angel? Yes, she certainly was an angel. How fitting. Damn, Why did Lucy have to be so good-looking in every way? That would only serve to complicate matters. Antonio was a man who usually focused on a mission and got it done. Period. But Lucy Shillerton was proving to be a distraction already, and he hadn't even known her long. Still, he had to shift his focus back on track to his grandfather. The old man meant the world to him, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let some broad in her 40s take his grandfather to the cleaners and leave him cold. Antonio has had his own share of gold diggers in the past. Every society woman he'd ever met wanted to date him, or would take selfies on their smartphones if they were with him. Subsequently, they would post to their Instagram accounts or Facebook pages with captions of, "Me and my boo," or something childish like that. Or, "Out with my baby on a date." Those women would often give the impression that something serious was going on between them, when he was only there at a party or event, and even though they may know each other, there was nothing going on between them. The only way he'd found out was through his cousin Lucas, who happened to be a social networking fanatic and would happily flirt with women online, exchanging hot poses of themselves. Mind you, Lucas happened to go into one of the women's online albums and saw a picture of Antonio there and promptly alerted him. That was another reason why Antonio wasn't a huge fan of social media sites. In fact, he tried to stay off the internet most times, unless he truly had to be connected. Business was crazy enough with him. He'd left all that online work to his associates or the assistants who worked in his organization. "Now that I have you on the phone," Antonio continued, "how is that deal going with the community center?" "Oh, that..." Lucas changed his tone. "Well, we still have a ways to go before we can get the green light. Something about zoning issues in the area. Everything is on schedule otherwise, so we'll make the deadline." "Right. Keep me abreast if anything changes." "Will do, cuz, but I'm sure we are fine." "And did you get any more information on this Shelley character?" "Oh, right. The lovely lady who will be our 46-year-old step-grandmother." Antonio was 33 years old, so he cringed at the thought of having a grandmother 13 years older than he was. "Lucas, enough of that." "Yeah, she's coming up all clean so far." "Well, no information doesn't mean she's in the clear yet. I want to know what 46-year-old would want to marry a 76-year-old man. End of story." "Gotcha. Besides, Granddad's not doing so well, and this would be his 5th marriage. We know how the others ended after Grandmother passed away." "I know. They took him to the cleaners every time. It's amazing he still has any assets left. Don't worry, cuz we'll protect our grandfather from more heartbreak." "The thing what bothers me the most is that I don't think he realizes what he's getting himself into. He only just met this woman 3 months ago." "Well, she is his nurse, cuz." "Yes, I know, but she is also aware that he has that heart condition. Any unnecessary excitement, and that would be it for him." "I know," Lucas agreed. "Keep your men on it, Lucas. I want to find out everything about this woman and how she got to know Lucy Shillerton and this Dream Weddings company. I want to find out if there is a connection. Something is not adding up, and I don't like loose ends." "I hear you, man." After Antonio finished his phone conversation, he pulled up at one of his glass condominium high-rise buildings. He had already inherited his share of the Romero Realty from his own father, but he had merged it with his own investment firm and created his own corporation. It wasn't like him to pull away from his work, but after hearing that his grandfather was going to tie the knot with a woman old enough, or young enough, to be his granddaughter, Antonio gave his right-hand person and chief administrative officer, Miriam, the go-ahead to take charge of his affairs for a while as he tended to personal business. He was going to focus his energies on making sure no harm came to his grandfather. None whatsoever. The doorman nodded to Antonio as he entered the marble lobby of his building. "Good afternoon, sir." Antonio absent-mindedly nodded back while taking out his smartphone. He couldn't wait until he got upstairs to his suite. There was something he had to Google, and fast. As he entered the private area where his own personal elevator would bring him to his penthouse waited, he moved his fingers fast across the screen in the search engine box and typed in Lucy Shillerton, Toronto, CEO. And sure enough, hundreds of sites popped up. He tried to see if she was on Facebook or LinkedIn. He went to her Facebook page to see if she had left it open for anyone to see who was on the system. Since he'd already logged in, he should have no trouble if it was not private. Sure enough, there she was. She posted a beautiful photo for her profile picture, yet it was not recent. The photo looked as if it was a few years old, maybe from her college days. There was that reaction again. The cloth covering his groin area grew snug. Why on earth did that girl have that kind of effect on him? This was all too crazy. He wasn't looking her up to stalk her. He was trying to see if he could see her friends list to see if she knew Shelley, his grandfather's new fiancé. Lucy had 127 friends, and most of them were women. He scanned her page to see if she was one of those women who took selfies of themselves posing in sexy photos. None. Good. She wasn't a complete tart. Why was he even going there? This was about business. This was about keeping his grandfather safe from scammers after his fortune. After all, his grandfather had made some top 100 wealthiest billionaire list sometime this year, so it was only natural he would be concerned about gold diggers popping out from under rocks to be with him. His grandfather's last wife used him while she had her own boyfriend on the side. It was no wonder Antonio did not trust the not-so-fair feminine gender. All his life he'd seen them claw after his family's money, fame, and fortune. The sprawling estate north of Toronto hosted some of the finest parties. His father bequeathed him that home. But his parents had a bitter divorce, and Antonio himself was hurt one too many times by opportunists. That was why he swore he would never marry. He would let his girlfriends know up front that it could never be anything more than physical, and that was that. Sex, but no love, suited his lifestyle just fine. Thank you very much. Antonio entered his suite before long and continued to glance at the screen of his phone, looking at any evidence or useful information he could find on Lucy. Who was she? What were her interests? He quickly scanned her likes, her friends list again, the type of quote she posted on her wall, and the type of stuff she in fact posted. The more he wanted to find something about her to dislike, the harder it was. How on earth could he hate this woman? One of her shared quotes caught his eye. It's not about who is real to your face. It's about who stays real behind your back. Antonio's gut clenched. He didn't know why he reacted to that post, but he did. He'd known all too long how much he could trust very few people, and that post really grabbed him. He was utterly amazed at the fact that Miss Lucy Shillerton loved that quote enough to post it on her page. Again, he was always assessing people. What you choose to like and post says a lot about you as a person. He thought that Lucy was only going to have pin-ups of hot-looking men or crazy self-serving tenets, but no, Lucy seemed different. She was a woman who thought deep. Antonio couldn't argue with that. But it meant he would have to tighten up his game plan. She seemed like a woman who wouldn't change her mind that easily with what he had to say. Still, he was going to do what he had to do, whether or not he liked her. Business was business, and his grandfather was his business, and she'd better not go through with her plan to give him a heart attack-inducing wedding to the gold-digging girlfriend he'd found, or else. Antonio powered down his phone and attached it to his charger in the kitchen before grabbing a drink from the fridge and heading to the solarium. He sat down on his patio chair and scanned the gorgeous Toronto skyline, with all the skyscrapers and the lake nearby. The sun was setting, and the sky was a reddish hue now mixed with blue. He leaned back and took a swig of his lager. He should be out with his cousin Lucas winding down at one of the exclusive clubs in the city for guys like them. But then that would be a distraction he didn't want right now. His mind was on one subject, and it killed him inside to think about it. Lucy Shillerton. He wondered what she was doing now, on a Friday night. Chapter 3. Lucy did not have a good weekend. It had all gone to hell. It was Monday morning, and she was still worked up over the events of Friday afternoon. All she could do was think about Antonio and his threat to her and her business. What on earth was she going to do? She just finished up a general meeting with the rest of her team in the boardroom to prepare for the outstanding weddings they had upcoming. She was not happy about the report from Mr. Petrie, their bookkeeper. Their company was a little behind in some of their payments with their contractors. Thankfully, the deposit Mr. Romero, Sr., had given them for his Funbirds-themed wedding helped pay their lease, or it would not have been renewed. "Okay, so what's going on, girlfriend?" Maxine probed as she crossed her legs in a chair across from Lucy. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come on now. I can tell something's on your mind." "Yeah, I need to get a life. Heck, maybe she's right about me needing to get laid too." Lucy didn't want to admit it, but as much as Antonio Romero III terrified her, she was deeply attracted to his charm and his seemingly sexual prowess. There was something present she just could not describe. Heck, she'd even fantasized about him all weekend, when she wasn't lying awake wondering how she was going to pull off the next weddings without any more possible lawsuits from stunts going wrong. "It's nothing." "Yeah, right. You're talking to me, Maxine." "Okay, fine." Lucy spilled it to Maxine as to what happened on Friday night after Maxine left for the dentist. "Oh, I saw that guy coming out of his Beamer. I knew he looked familiar. He was Antonio Romero III, wasn't he?" "Yes," Lucy said evenly, trying to hide the shaking in her voice. "Girl, he is hot," Maxine gushed, fanning herself with her right hand. She then grinned, leaning forward in her chair, waiting to hear more. "Girl, he is a hot head," Lucy shot back. Maxine leaned back, shaking her head and playfully rolling her eyes. "What is wrong with you? He only wants to do what's best for his grandpa. Who can fault him?" "I can. We have a business to run, remember?" "Wait a minute. Aren't I supposed to be the one avoiding these unusual weddings, and you're supposed to be the one defending them?" Maxine laughed. "Listen, you're right. We have a business to run, but really, what's the worst he can do?" "I don't know, and I don't want to find out." "So what are you going to do? Dump the poor old guy and send him into shock and heartache?" Lucy thought about that for a moment. It wasn't going to be as easy as it sounded, was it? "Look, we have until the end of this week, right?" "I guess." Maxine shrugged her shoulders. "Get out your notepad or iPad. We're going to go through what we need for this wedding first, and consider all the options and start looking at the vendors." "Okay, it's your funeral." "Maxine!" "I'm only teasing, girl." Lucy really had to get used to Maxine's wry sense of humor. It wasn't always easy, but she did have a point. Lucy had to look at this thing from all angles. The last thing she wanted was for it to blow up in her face, or worse, her client's face. Heck, she really didn't want to face Antonio III again. Then, on second thought, maybe she did want to see him again. Maybe she secretly loved the way his presence revved up her temperature and made her heart pitter-patter in her chest and caused butterflies to explode in her belly. Maybe Lucy really liked the way he gazed into her eyes, making her tingle between her thighs. Oh, God. They discussed the fun bird 10-tier wedding cake that the bride-to-be, Shelley, requested, and the human slingshot, the location of the trees involved, the plate holders, napkins, decorations, the dressing ensemble for the wedding party, and so on. It was to take place on the 16,000-square-foot Spanish-style winery and estate. It was a beautiful, sprawling acreage with breathtaking views. The mansion had a massive flower garden, a park, a 5-hole manicured golf course, state-of-the-art gymnasium, and tennis court. The main house consisted of a 22-bedroom luxury mansion and plenty of guest houses and an employee quarters. How convenient for the live-in staff at the estate. The Romeros were also one of the few billionaires in that area that had a private helipad for their lavish home. Their only helicopter was housed there within minutes in case they wanted to, or needed to, fly off at a moment's notice. Imagine that. A helipad. Lucy could not wrap her head around that one. How decadent it must be to live like that. She had heard that the elder patriarch of the family had grown up impoverished as an immigrant and had to fight hard, study hard, network hard, and create the empire that he currently owned from the ground up. Literally. Lucy hadn't actually been to the estate as of yet, but she saw the beautiful pictures on the internet. It was intimidating, breathtaking, surreal. Yes, these folks were certainly out of her league. If it weren't for taking over her auntie's business, she would have probably never brushed shoulders with the Romero clan. She felt blessed to have had this opportunity, and she also prayed to God that she would not screw this up for Mr. Romero, Sr., or his grandson, either way. As hot and sophisticated as Antonio Romero III was, Lucy still could not believe how a man who had such privilege growing up in a world that was foreign to her, and in a world that seemed more like a fantasy than reality, was now accessible to her. He still had this sort of down-to-earth, prosaic feel to him, or maybe slightly more than mere common. He made her heart flutter in her chest when she was near him. Heck, he had that effect on her all weekend when she kept thinking and fantasizing about him. Hot damn. Just dreaming about Antonio lifted Lucy's mood. It was true then that a little healthy fantasy could go a long way in improving one's attitude. "Listen, we'd better get back to business at hand," Lucy said, shuffling some of the loose sheets on her desk. Her table was an utter mess. She had opened files and brochures spread out everywhere. Lucy placed the file containing Romero's wedding to the side. "Okay, let's deal with the other outstanding weddings." Lucy picked up the pages and the contract signed by the next couple. "I'm going to be meeting with the venue manager for Debbie and Luke's mud-style wedding." "Oh, that should be interesting." "Yes, it should be, and you'll be coming with me." "Sweet, I'm looking forward to that. I've never planned a mud wedding before." "I'm sure they haven't either," Lucy grinned. "Well, we need to have an idea of the floor plan and speak to the person in charge of designing the hall. I believe they want to make it exotic, right?" "Yes, something like that." Maxine concurred as she ferociously typed away on her iPad. "Good. How does this look?" Maxine showed Lucy an idea on the screen, and Lucy gave her a thumbs up. "What would I do without you, Maxine?" "Probably nothing," Maxine teased. Lucy rolled her eyes in jest and shook her head. After an hour of discussing what they would be doing for the mud-style wedding of their client, they sent off some emails and had Darla arrange the appointment for the following week with the venue manager of the hotel where that wedding's reception would be hosted. "Great," Lucy said as she placed the file aside. "Now, what do we have planned for this week?" "Well, there is the bridal show at the convention center." "Already?" "Yep. And don't forget we have someone from our company there in a booth. They'll be handing out flyers and other enticements while we walk around." "Oh, wonderful. Can you have Darla make all the arrangements for our business cards and other swag that would be needed?" Maxine tapped away on her iPad and whipped off an email to Darla, their receptionist and administrative assistant. "Done. Now, what are we going to do about the ball, Cinderella?" Lucy looked lost for a moment. "Ball? What ball?" Her heart palpitated again. All she could do was think about a glass slipper, and for some reason, Prince Charming was that hot and stubborn Antonio Romero III. Lucy blinked hard and tried to push the naughty thoughts about Antonio out of her head. He was way out of her league, and a super sexy distraction she did not need nor want at this time. Back to business. "What ball are you talking about, Maxine?" Maxine feigned being shocked. Her mouth opened into a perfect O. "You mean you forgot about the ball of the year?" "Maxine, what are you talking about?" Lucy sighed heavily. "Girl, it's the Diamond Ball and fundraiser for economic empowerment." Lucy waited to see if Maxine was going to elaborate. Should Lucy even know about this ball thingy? She'd been briefed on so many of her aunt's old business dealings and projects during the past few weeks, but this one did not ring a bell. Perhaps she'd forgotten. She hoped it wasn't something in which she was supposed to be involved. "Maxine, I don't know anything about the Diamond fundraiser." Maxine rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It's the event of the year, Lucy. Besides, your dear Aunt Chris had agreed to do her part this year, before she passed away, of course." "Oh, I see." "The Diamond Ball and fundraiser is about helping young people from all kinds of backgrounds, from disadvantaged to the privileged. Basically, it helps people with great ideas thrive in life and do something to change the world." "Sounds good. And?" Lucy knew there must be something else forthcoming. Maxine grinned sheepishly. "And girl, the hottest, sexiest businessmen in the industry will be in attendance." Lucy leaned back, shook her head, and laughed. Now, how did I know that was coming? "We have to go, Lucy. It's for a good cause." "Why do I get the impression that if this was a fundraiser to help ants in the wild, you'd still want me to attend?" "Honey, with all these rich, eligible hotties in one place? Hell yeah." Lucy leaned forward with a grin. "Fine, we'll attend, but only because it's a good cause. How much are the tickets, and how are we involved?" "Well, they're about $1,000 for the cheapest." $1,000? That's a little steep for our budget. Are you insane? "No, but I will go insane if I can't be there." "Maxine!" "Lucy!" "Okay, fine. It's going for a good cause, so okay, I'll try to make it work. Now, how are we involved?" "Well, each year somebody helps out with the planning or donates ideas, and your aunt and I had already made suggestions to some of their song selections for the dance." Maxine swayed her hips on the seat as if she could hear music pumping through some imaginary speakers. "I thought we could open up with a song about making a difference in the world or making a change." "Yeah, And it seems as if we're going to have to make a bit of a change too if we want to afford this thing. Literally. Our cash flow has decreased over the past few months according to Mr. Petrie. I hope you know what we're doing." Maxine stopped moving and glared at Lucy. "Of course I know." Maxine then showed Lucy some of the lineup and playlist she previously approved. They would play some oldies and some new music to please the entire crowd that would consist of A-listers in the Toronto area and icons in the industry. The age of the participants would be mixed. Somehow, Lucy felt good about having a break this week to take her mind off things. It would be good to get out and dance for a change. She couldn't honestly remember the last time she had fun at a musical event of any sort. She really needed to get a life, seriously, yesterday. Okay, fine. The ball is when? Thursday evening starting at 6. Thursday? That's so soon. Lucy glanced at her desk calendar and scanned her other commitments for the week. Her heart turned over in her chest when she saw Friday. She had scribbled down something about Antonio and a decision that had to be made. Why had she written that? She wasn't about to cower to this man's ridiculous demands. Or was she? No, it was her business, and his grandfather was her client, and that was final. She worked for Antonio I, not Antonio III. So then why had images of him slid into her memory? Her mind drifted back to his tall, muscular frame. The man obviously worked out. A lot. He was built like a Greek god. A sex god. Why was he suddenly dominating her every thought? She had to learn to control that. She had to learn how to squish thoughts of him out of her mind. But it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Antonio Romero III. The smooth, silky, deep voice that danced from his beautifully defined lips. The way he said her name. Smooth like warm honey, and how it slid down her spine and brought shivers of delight coursing through her body. "Stop it, Lucy. He's only a man." And a hot, sexy one at that. One who would ruin her world if she didn't meet his demands this Friday. This Friday. This Friday. Oh, why was she both terrified and eager to see this Friday appear? She was terrified of what he might do to her or her business. He acted like a man not to be reckoned with. At the same time, she would be seeing him again this week, right? "Stop it, Lucy. You're not that desperate, are you?" Lucy and Maxine both went through the playlist one more time. Journey's Don't Stop Believin' would be amongst the tunes blaring through the speakers, in addition to some classical tunes. The Beatles' Come Together, Avril Lavigne's Hot, some Beyoncé, Britney Spears, Motown artists, Nat King Cole, and all other tunes, including Bob Marley's One Love near the end. Wow, that's quite a collection. So eclectic. Thanks. Maxine blushed. Your aunt was an eclectic-loving woman, you know. I just hope the crowd is okay with that. Oh, trust me, they'll love it. It's a mixed audience, you know. A lot of young folks will be in attendance. Okay. Lucy just thought about something. What are we going to wear? I haven't been to any black tie affairs in so long. What she had meant to say was that she could not ever remember going to a black tie affair. Don't worry, girl. I've got it covered. You do? Yeah. We're going shopping before the bridal show anyway. We're going to Yorkdale Shopping Center. I hope this is all in our budget, Maxine. Lucy sighed deeply. She wanted to look good, but she'd recently taken over her auntie's business, and right now finances were tight, not to mention that impending lawsuit from one of their former bride clients. Here's the invitation. Maxine handed her a digitally designed sheet of parchment paper. Lucy paused. Romero Realty Incorporated cordially invites you and a guest to attend its annual Diamond Ball fundraiser to benefit the Society for a Brighter Future, helping young people succeed. Thursday, September 30th, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. The Romero Estate Banquet Hall, 18550 Young Street, black tie, a night of dinner and dance, cocktails 6 p.m., dinner 6:30 p.m. All proceeds will fund the Society for a Brighter Future, helping young people succeed. If Lucy had been standing, she knew she probably would have collapsed. She felt weak in the limbs. Her mouth was as parched as a desert landscape. She was sure her jaw had dropped to the ground. It sure as hell felt like it. Maxine, you didn't tell me that the Romeros were hosting this thing. Lucy read over the heading of the invitation. Romero Realty Incorporated. It could not be. How could it be? How had she missed this? Romero Realty hosted the annual Diamond Ball fundraiser, an event they were committed to attending but she had no idea about beforehand. But I thought you knew. I mean, everyone knows it's the RR Diamond Ball fundraiser, Romero Realty. I didn't, Lucy said quietly, trying to swallow the hard lumps surging in her throat. She thought she would choke any moment. This entire situation was getting to be more difficult than she imagined. No way she could attend now. And then what about Antonio I's wishes? And Antonio III's crazy demands that she ended for his grandfather? Girl, you look as if you're turning blue. You okay? You need oxygen or something? Lucy let out a deep breath. She hadn't realized she'd not inhaled. As if things could not get any worse, Darla pinged her on the intercom. Yes, Darla. Hi, Lucy. Antonio Romero is on the phone. Fear and anxiety knotted inside Lucy. A sense of inadequacy swept through her, but it was too late. She couldn't handle this. She should have never gotten into this business. There went her heart fluttering about in her chest again. She sucked in a deep breath. Lucy speaking, she said, answering the phone.
Hello, my dear.
The other voice on the end of the line was the cheerful voice of Antonio Romero I.
It's Tony here, Antonio Romero.
She was relieved it was the elder Romero on the line. She didn't know if she could possibly handle speaking to anyone else right now. Certainly not his gorgeous, overbearing grandson who was about to make her life a living hell. That much into the future she could see. Hi, Mr. Romero.
No, please call me Tony. I feel like a young man again. It's Tony.
A hearty chuckle followed on the end of the line. Tony. Okay, I'll call the older Romero Tony from now on. Good. That makes things easier. Lucy felt as if her heart plummeted to her knees. How could she possibly ruin this man's happy life? How could she turn around and tell him she wasn't going to do this high-risk wedding to his young sweetheart? It wasn't for her or her grandson to decide. He was, after all, a big boy. But then again, she saw Antonio's point about not wanting any harm to come to his grandfather. She could just see it. The older Romero having a heart attack after being slung from a gigantic human slingshot to the funny tune of Fun Birds, and then Romero III fuming mad and holding her fully responsible for his death. Lucy blinked her eyes shut and opened them again. She fought hard to stifle a tear. Yes, sir. Yes, Tony.
Listen, I need to see you right away. It's very important. How soon do you think you can come over to the house?
House?
Come over to the house? Well, if that isn't the understatement of the year, try mansion or palace. We'll be there as soon as possible. When Lucy concluded her phone call, she collapsed into her chair and held her head in her hands. You okay, Lucy? Lucy shook her head. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 4. We need to tighten things up, Antonio, Miriam told her boss, Antonio Romero III, at his headquarters. Your expenditures on the Brighter Future project has gone through the roof. I know you want to help our community's younger people, but... The matter is closed. Antonio's reply was curt. His tone was sharper than he had intended. After all, Miriam had been his faithful assistant and advisor for as long as he was in business. A friend of his own late father. She had been in the family forever. She was an older woman but charming and had her days, but she was stellar at keeping the family assets in tune with changing times. They'd even survived the great economic meltdown that had adversely affected the real estate market in Toronto many years ago, all thanks to her astute financial planning and management. It is for a good cause, Antonio continued. I know it is, sir. Miriam grew more defensive and formal. But every little Tom, Dick, and Henrietta who comes to your project with a business idea gets your approval for a sizable grant to fund their new business venture, and you haven't even looked at any of their business plans to see if they are solid. Antonio leaned back in the leather executive chair behind his oak desk. He thought to what Miriam was saying. It was true that during the past year he hadn't bothered to see if the recipients of his grant program had solid plans, but he was extremely preoccupied for some reason. And just this morning he had given more funding to groups of university students who had requested additional sums of money. Why had he done that? Was he displacing emotionally? No, it must have been something else. Maybe he was tired of underdogs being kicked, and he wanted to overextend himself to give them a good start, something they would have difficulty securing anywhere else. Or maybe he was simply rebelling against his own grandfather and everything his materialistic family stood for. Perhaps he secretly wanted to give away every dime he inherited to the underprivileged, because he knew it would tick off the gold-digging leeches that sucked the lifeblood from his family. And even though Miriam was a loyal associate and assistant, she was a throwback from his father and grandfather's time, and she seemed to worship money more than people, and that irked him more than anything. Antonio's mind drifted to the flowers he'd sent for his biological mother earlier that day, the mother who turned her back on him and abandoned him many years ago. His biological mother made it clear to him when she was young and married to his father. Producing a child in the marriage was part of a business deal, a way for her to earn some extra cash. In fact, she told Antonio that she never really wanted to have children and that she was hired to be a bride for his father. When his father died, Antonio thought for some reason he would be able to get close to his mother, but she was cold and hard as he'd ever seen her. She maintained that she would keep her distance from Antonio, and that he should do the same. So much for love and money. So much for true love and marriage. The thought left a bitter taste in Antonio's mouth. Perhaps that was why he never truly trusted women, because it was always about what a man could do for them. Men were to be providers and nothing more. Still, the pain of the rejection was too much for Antonio, who had always craved his mother's approval. Why would a mother reject her own child? At least sending the flowers to her anonymously assuaged his soul in a way no one could possibly understand. It was just his own crazy way of coping. It was wrong for a woman to give birth for money, and the hell if he was going to think of himself as some purchased object, some stock option. Still, Antonio vowed he was never going to get married, and he was never going to have children. Heck, if he could change his last name and live anonymously somewhere else in the world, somewhere exotic and unknown, he would do it. "Are you okay, Antonio?" Miriam's voice pierced his thoughts, and it was probably a good thing, too. "Yes, I'm fine." Antonio lied without conviction. He recomposed himself. He knew what this was all about now, didn't he? That woman marrying his grandfather. And then there was that other woman who was running through his mind and his system from the day he laid eyes on her. The girl who owned that crazy wedding agency, Lucy Shillerton. There was something about her he just couldn't shake off, and it drove him out of his mind. What was it about her? He'd never felt that way about any woman before. Was it because she didn't seem to give a damn about his wealthy background or his assets, and the fact that she was so hot? Not only that, but whenever he spoke and gave a command, women, especially, heeded it. That was because they were all about men and power. He could clock their reactions automatically. But Lucy Shillerton, she was unpredictable. She was different. She really didn't seem to give a damn. The thought of him shutting down her business by Friday if she didn't heed his order to stop his grandfather's risky wedding to the young opportunist didn't sit too well with Antonio, because that would mean he would have to hurt her. The thought then ran through Antonio's mind about seducing Lucy Shillerton. However, he wasn't into breaking women's hearts on a whim. He would always be upfront about what he wanted. Sex. No love. Just pure, physical, hard sex. But this wasn't about sex. It was about destroying her business and all that she had worked for after taking over her aunt's enterprise. Could it be Lucy was so different from every woman he had ever known? Could it be that there really are decent, honest, hard-working women who cared about people and not solely material things? Antonio rubbed his throbbing temple after his lengthy meeting with Miriam once they discussed the last-minute preparations for their annual diamond ball and fundraiser dinner on Thursday, and Miriam's role in taking over for him for the next short while as he attended to other matters. He sat there alone, thinking, pondering over Lucy Shillerton. She was like a song he could not get out of his mind. What was the term they use? Earworm. Oh, right. But oh, worms or not, that song brought a smile to the corner of his lips. He wasn't into skinny girls, and he loved a healthy-looking woman with curves in all the right places. And she was that girl. Yet, he still felt that he had to get this pretty young thing out of his mind and out of his system if he knew what was good for him. It was just way too dangerous. All he knew was that Lucy Shillerton had better follow his orders. Chapter 5. Lucy Shillerton's jaw toppled open as she and Maxine drove up to the sprawling luxury estate of the Romero family later that afternoon. Oh, holy grail. This was not somebody's home. It was a palace, a fortress, a kingdom. It looked even more impressive in real life than it did on the internet. Lucy and Maxine stepped out of the car with their mouths wide open, gawking at the massive estate and the multi-level white brick mansion that sat behind the Golden Gate entrance. There was a concrete flowing water feature in the main garden in front of the house that looked more like an enchanted fountain. The water spurting out of it was richly blue and forceful. God, it was mesmerizing. Right behind the water fountain, dozens of wide steps led up to the main house with its beautiful French doors. There was something about the double French doors that captivated Lucy. The whole scene looked like something out of a movie. So surreal. This was a far cry from her humble old brick apartment building complex in the suburbs. Heck, the elevators were inoperable virtually every other day. When you had to walk up the steep, dark stairwell after finishing up a 12-hour workday, it was no fun. But Lucy was still sincerely grateful to have a roof over her head, so she rarely complained. "Girl, this is hot," Maxine commented as she took out her smartphone to take a picture. "Maxine!" "What?" "You cannot take a picture. This is private property. There are laws against doing that. The paparazzi do it all the time." "Maxine." Lucy scowled at her assistant. "Sorry." Maxine pouted as she slid the phone back in her handbag. Lucy felt guilty for snapping at her assistant in such a rigid tone. "Listen, if we ask permission later, we can probably take pictures of the ballroom and the garden for the wedding planning." "Oh, right, of course. That was the reason I was taking pictures, Lucy." Maxine playfully rolled her eyes. Lucy grinned and shook her head. The excitement of being in a place such as this really got to them. It was in a good way, of course. They both felt exhilarated. It was as if they were in Hollywood or some sort of paradise. "So this is what 40 acres looks like up close, huh?" Maxine remarked as she and Lucy walked up the stone pathway to the palatial abode. They pressed a button, and the intercom sounded. No doubt cameras were planted everywhere. Hidden cameras in addition to visible ones. Lucy looked around and saw green land stretching far and beyond. The house was slightly on a hill, so she could overlook the town. She had never seen this side of outer Toronto before. It was as if she was on an island, secluded from prying eyes. Yet she could see it all. She was so used to city life and city living that she'd never imagined being near fresh, uncongested open air, with hundreds of acres of land unfolding before her. She knew there was also a winery on the estate. It was amazing. Lucy appreciated that her client worked so hard his entire life to have all of this, and she wanted more than ever to give him the dream wedding he so deserved, just as long as it didn't cost him his life. The thought of his grandson's threat loomed large. This dream wedding could turn into a nightmare affair if she wasn't careful, and she knew that all too well. "Yes, Miss Shillerton. Mr. Romero will see you in the study." A man with a waiter's tuxedo greeted them after opening the door. "Thank you," Lucy said warmly. She felt so out of her league and intimidated by the premise and the staff, which was so weird. Why should she be? They were just as human as she was, right? The inside of the grand entrance boasted golden marble, and the ceiling was the tallest she'd ever seen. It seemed to go on forever. An enormous chandelier dangled from above, and the walls were adorned with beautiful yet subtle artwork. Lucy felt like she'd just stepped into an art gallery, not somebody's private residence. She also noted that this would certainly be an ideal place to take some of the pictures for Tony's wedding to Shelley. The backdrop would be so romantic, so royal-looking. Later, they received a brief tour of the beautiful premise and the enormous ballroom where the reception would be held. Maxine ferociously typed away on her iPad, taking notes and snapping pictures of the setting. Then they were introduced to the official photographer so they could go over the layout and photo settings. They had spoken with Shelley, who seemed so full of life and humor. She kept hugging Tony and held firm on his arms. Clearly, the couple seemed as if they were in love. Tony showed Lucy and Maxine his iPad with his Funbird scores and told them that while Shelley was caring for him after his second stroke, she'd showed him how to play the game to cheer him up, and he hadn't stopped since. He showed Lucy and Maxine their scoreboards with their names, Mr. Romero and Shelley Romero. Of course, they had given Shelley his surname as a joke. Mr. and Mrs. Arbird, they nicknamed themselves. Beautiful, Lucy commented. She was gushing now. This all seemed so perfect, except the fact that they still wanted to go ahead with the fun bird slingshot down the aisle. Well, you know there are risks involved, right? Lucy warned the doting couple.
Of course we know that. Life is a risk, wouldn't you say?
Tony shot back before bursting into laughter. He seemed to be a jolly old fellow who really did look more like a fit 40-something-year-old. Shelley and he looked roughly the same age. Almost. His upbeat attitude was so infectious, it was obvious that one of the reasons Shelley loved Tony was because despite his age, he was young at heart, and he rarely took things seriously, including himself.
You know, Lucy, I want to thank you and your aunt, God rest her soul, for this wonderful wedding you're putting on for us. It's a dream come true,
Tony said as he looked lovingly into Shelley's eyes. Lucy exchanged a glance with Maxine. It translated to, I really hope this works out for them because they are such a nice couple. Maxine appeared to have swallowed hard. Lucy could also feel a lump in her throat.
Come, let's go out into the garden where part of the ceremony will take place.
Tony escorted them outside to the patio, then led them down a pathway to the fertile garden. Lucy noted the 2 trees near the pond where Shelley wanted to be tossed from the slingshot to the aisle, and they had already worked out with the videographer and DJ how they would film it to the Fun Bird soundtrack, and quirky bird sound noise complete with slingshot. Lucy felt a migraine coming on, and she really didn't know why. Perhaps it was the whole litigious angle, not to mention the safety risk involved. I've already gotten fitted for the harness that will go with my gown, Shelley beamed. I'm so thrilled to be doing this. My friends are going to have a blast. We're going to post this on YouTube. It will be great, won't it?
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Lucy hesitated. It's about the client. It's about their happiness. It's about them, not me. Or Antonio. God, there was that Antonio again. Lucy's thoughts were distracted by the sound of rotors in the distance. What the? She thought it might be some news chopper overhead, but then realized that the helipad off in the distance was empty. It must be someone family-related. Who could be flying at this time?
Oh, great!
Antonio seemed excited.
My grandson Antonio is here. You've met him, haven't you?
Lucy felt her stomach plunge to her feet. Chapter 6. And what an entrance that was! Tony, along with Shelley on his arm, walked over towards the helipad and his grandson. Lucy and Maxine followed closely behind. Lucy was chewing her lower lip so much she thought she tasted blood. Her heart thrashed about in her chest, and the blade slowed down and stopped. Antonio, looking hot as ever in his Ray-Ban aviator shades and expensive business suit, stepped off the chopper, along with another gentleman. Antonio wasn't looking particularly pleased when his gaze met Lucy's beside his grandfather, while Shelley was waving maniacally at his grandfather's side.
Welcome home, my boy. I see you wanted to avoid the evening rush hour traffic again.
Grandfather. Antonio formally greeted Tony. He then nodded to Shelley and glanced at Lucy and Maxine. He arched his eyebrow when his gaze met Lucy. Though the corner of his lips turned up slightly, the smile definitely did not reflect in his eyes. He pulled off his shades to reveal his dark and dangerously sexy gaze before refocusing on the property.
What is all this?
Antonio asked as he scanned the area around him. Some of the decorating team had already begun the work on the garden for the upcoming wedding, getting the new gazebo reconstructed, among other things.
Have you met Lucy from the wedding agency?
Tony asked.
Yes, we met last week.
Antonio's voice was void of any emotion. His dark gaze was fixed on Lucy. Lucy realized from staff at the estate that Antonio no longer resided there full-time, but he had his home in the city, a penthouse in a luxury high-rise building that he owned, by the lake, and would visit his elder periodically whenever business allowed. And today had to be one of those days.
Well, grandson, Lucy, along with her assistant, is just getting the setting for the wedding in place. She has her entire crew here, and it looks as if we are going to pull this thing off. Hey, Pumpkin?
Tony then turned to Shelley, and they smooched. Lucy could see the queasiness on Antonio's face. Then the look on his face turned to a scathing one directed towards Lucy. He narrowed his eyes and walked closely towards her. Lucy felt the penetrating heat of Antonio's gaze, and it was making her weak in the knees. But somehow she just didn't feel threatened. It wasn't a look of hate. It was something else. Perhaps annoyance that she dared disobey his command, or the raw hurt that a lover gives to his love when she was about to do something cruel. But the difference was that Lucy and Antonio were nothing more than acquaintances.
Why don't we all walk back to the house?
Tony suggested as he and Shelley proceeded towards the main house from the helipad. The ground crew appeared on the scene and tended to the chopper. It must have been for maintenance, Lucy noted. What a way to live. As they traversed back to the well-kept grass, Antonio strolled with sophistication, his hand shoved in the pants pocket of his suit. His friend flanked him, and Maxine walked closely beside Tony and Shelley, as she held her iPad up, chatting to them about locations on the estate for the ceremony.
So, I see you're following through on my orders very well,
Antonio said through clenched teeth. I can explain everything, Lucy offered softly. Her voice trailed off, and she wondered if Antonio even heard her. The others were busy talking, so they seemed oblivious to the vibes between her and Antonio. After having refreshments in one of the main dining quarters of the house, Antonio, who had been quiet through most of the meal, got up.
Grandfather, I would like to speak to Lucy alone in the study, if you don't mind. Oh, sure, Antonio. Is everything all right? I have a few things to discuss with her. Things we'd already spoken about last week.
Maxine gave Lucy a peculiar look, but his doting grandfather and his fiancé seemed unaware and carried on with their cuddling.
Very well. And Maxine?
Oh, I must be getting home. But you don't have a ride, Lucy blurted out.
We can have one of our drivers take her home. Or, better yet, you can let her drive your car, and I will take you home.
Sounds great, Maxine enthused before Lucy could say anything. Was it Lucy, or was the heat climbing up in this place? Fine, Lucy acquiesced. Great, now she was at Antonio's mercy, and she had no other means to get home. But something told her Antonio wouldn't leave her inconvenienced in any way. He seemed like too much of a gentleman to do so. Lucy watched as Maxine departed the luxury living area and waved Lucy, giving a salacious wink. Why, that... It didn't take Lucy long to realize that Maxine was thrilled that she was leaving Lucy alone with Antonio. With the elder Romero gone to another part of the God knows how large this place was mansion, she was practically alone with Antonio, save for a few of the staff about the premises.
After you,
Antonio offered as he directed Lucy down the tiled corridor. Artwork decorated the cream walls. She noted that the place had imported Italian molding top and bottom of the walls. It really seemed as if she were in some sort of museum. The place was quiet now, too. They walked into the book-lined study. Lucy was in front of Antonio, but when she spun her head around, she caught his salacious gaze that seemed to have fallen to her derriere. He didn't even seem embarrassed when she caught him looking. So, you wanted to speak with me about your grandfather's wedding? Lucy cut into his gaze, feeling the heat rise to places in her body she wished it didn't.
Can I get you something to drink?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm still sort of full from the pastries and that delicious fruit tray.
Will you be staying for dinner?
He spoke softly. I
would love to.
I can't. I have so much work in the morning and...
Very well. I won't keep you too long then. I'll cut to the chase.
Oh no, had she offended him? She just refused to have dinner with one of the hottest, eligible, affluent bachelors in the world. Was she crazy? Foot and mouth disorder. Ugh, stupid. You should have said hell yeah. No wonder you're still single.
You seem to have given my grandfather the impression that the wedding is still forthcoming, Lucy.
Was that a question or a statement? Either way, his rich, deep tone of voice, that silky voice and the way he said her name, Lucy, in a low timbre, captivated her. Listen, Antonio, I have no disrespect for you, but... This was not going to be as easy as she thought. A lump as large as a boulder seemed to have lodged in her throat. Damn, why the heck did Antonio have to look so hot? She was burning from the sexy heat of his delicious gaze. Even his name, Antonio Romero, was seductive. Antonio Romero. Antonio Romero. Antonio Romero. Lucy Romero. Stop it. The irresistible scent of his sweet cologne tickled her nostrils and lulled her into a dizzying calm state. But it wasn't just that. It was his aura. There was something about being in this man's presence. Heck, even looking at this tall, muscular-built frame, his excellent physique and his skin was almost flawless. He was blessed with good genes and good bone structure. She again noted his high cheekbones and chiseled features, his beautiful, large, dark eyes, and softly defined lips. Oh, those lips. Okay, I've so got to focus here, or that's it for me. Game over. Lucy closed her eyes for a moment, feeling utterly incompetent. Why was Antonio Romero having this crazy effect on her? This was absolutely insane. She barely knew the guy. But oh, she wanted to know him better. Much better. Even biblically. Stop it. Antonio. She was almost breathless. I realize how difficult this may be for you. We may not fully understand your grandfather's happiness, but it is his to have, to decide on how he wants to be happy. Oh God, why was she sounding like an incoherent idiot? He obviously cares for Shelley. I want him to be happy.
You want him to be happy?
Antonio echoed.
You don't know anything about my grandfather, Lucy. Loneliness and love are two completely different animals.
Loneliness? Lucy repeated incredulously.
Yes, Lucy. My grandfather always had this fear of dying alone. Since my grandmother passed away many years ago, he's been on a roller coaster of indiscreet relationships and bad marital decisions, all of them ending bitterly in divorce, and all of them ending with my grandfather getting nothing but slapped with exorbitant spousal support. And what has he been left with?
A broken heart. Lucy whispered, her voice trailing off. She swallowed hard. Her heart was pounding in her chest again. She could see raw hurt glittering in Antonio's dark eyes. She really did not want to be responsible for Tony's suffering more heartbreak. But on the other hand, what if this marriage did work out for him? But would young Shelley stick around for Tony until his final days, whenever that may be? Love is one heck of a ride, Antonio. It's never easy. You never know how bumpy or smooth it's going to be. You never know if you'll have enough fuel to go the distance, or if you'll crash and burn. Lucy bit down on her lower lip. She noticed Antonio's body language changed, ever so slightly. He'd become more rigid. Then his eyes trailed to her lips. Damn. She must stop that awful habit of biting down on her lower lip. What must Antonio think of her? That she was some shy, awkward schoolgirl who was indecisive? I like what you said. Antonio finally spoke in his deep, throaty voice. It's true. I take it you've had your share of... Lucy decided not to probe further. She thought it would be way too inappropriate at that time. Broken hearts. Antonio interjected for her. A grin touched the corner of his lips. Not exactly. I've been very disappointed, Lucy. But I don't give my heart to just anyone. Whoa. Oh, I didn't mean... Lucy didn't know what to say, and she bit down on her lip again. I meant to say that love is one heck of a ride, but we won't know if we'll enjoy it or not if we don't take the driver's seat and punch the gas pedal. We need to steer ourselves where we want to go. Okay, wow, that sounded awkward. Lucy chewed on her lip again. Please don't do that, he said quietly. What? His gaze fell on her lips again. Never mind. He exhaled sharply and moved over by the French glass doors, leading to the garden from the study. The view was spectacular. There was so much greenery outside, and the hills in the distance created a picture-perfect painting of the outdoors. The view is very nice, Lucy said to break the tension. It's okay. It was there when the house was built in the 1940s. House? That's an understatement. Oh, nice. I absolutely love the view over there. God, it's beautiful. Want a closer look? Antonio invited her in a low, sultry voice that caused a little explosion of butterflies in her stomach. God, that man could say Atlas and it would sound as sexy as hell. The truth was, she would like a closer look at him. Do you want a tour? He continued. Well, I've seen quite a bit of the property. I'm not talking about the estate. Oh, Lucy answered, stunned. To what exactly was Antonio referring? I'm talking about the part beyond that stretch over there. Antonio raised his hand to motion to the area beyond the hills. I know my grandfather wouldn't have anyone take a tour there. Well, not just anyone. It's actually an area we keep away from most people. Oh, and you want me to see it? I'm a spontaneous man, Lucy, Antonio proffered. I don't always plan things. I act on things. Like acting on the moment, Lucy guessed. I'd love to. Thanks. Lucy got up and reached for her handbag and her cardigan on the chair. This was not about to screw up any more opportunities to be in Antonio's presence. She really wanted more than anything to just be with him. There were few people in her life who could command that sort of reaction from her, and Antonio was one of the few. Are you seeing anyone? Antonio asked. Whoa, where did that come from? Her knees just got light, and her heart went pitter-patter in her chest. There was that funny tingling sensation in her belly again. Excuse me? You didn't understand the question, or you didn't hear me? Yes, I just can't believe you... Think about what you were going to say before you say it, Lucy. Don't put your stiletto in your mouth again. I mean, am I seeing anyone? What kind of question is that? I could be happily married with 3 children. You didn't put that up on your Facebook profile, and you don't wear a wedding band. Oh. You're stalking me on Facebook? She asked as she gave a nervous chuckle.
Oh my God, he's interested in me?
You attached your Facebook address to your business card, Lucy.
Oh. Right, of course. Lucy blushed. She was sure she was beet red. How embarrassing. Why was she acting like a schoolgirl speaking to her crush? Again. Heck, she was looking at Antonio's Facebook profile too. Only she wasn't one of his friends, so she could not see anything on his page. Set to private, no doubt. Antonio certainly was elusive.
Besides that, I always make it a point to run a check on everyone who comes into my family's circle.
A check? You mean a security background check? You do surveillance on everyone you meet?
Just to those who work closely with me or my family. I am very protective of those close to me, Lucy.
She felt his words resonate inside her heart. She certainly could relate to that. Who could fault a man who only wanted to protect his family and those close to him? Heck, if she had that kind of money, she'd probably do the same. Or maybe not. Either way, she was stoked that he took interest in knowing about her. What else had he found out about her? Oh my goodness.
Come, let me take you to the slopes.
The slopes? Now? In the fall?
Yes, he murmured as they walked through the French garden doors.
Before long, they had walked to a driveway where a 2-passenger red convertible was parked.
We'll drive up to the hillside. It's quite a way,
Antonio explained as he opened the passenger side of the car for Lucy. Thank you, she said with sincerity. The interior smelled like fresh new leather. The car itself sparkled under the sunset sky. It looked more like a showroom model than a car driven by anyone on a day-to-day basis. Maxine earlier mentioned that she saw Antonio exit a BMW. This was obviously a different vehicle. It was no surprise that a man of Antonio's stature would have several luxury vehicles, no doubt. Probably each one for a different occasion. What a way to live. Very nice, she commented, almost breathless.
It gets me around.
Antonio virtually dismissed the compliment as he sat in the driver's seat. He turned the key in the ignition, and the car started with a smooth, quiet start. Lucy's old sedan certainly never started that way. It was often obvious that her engine could use a bit of help, or at least some fine-tuning. Heck, some mornings it never started. They drove through the verdant hilltop path, taking in the scenic view. I didn't know there was so much pristine land out here.
It's a break from the city,
he said, casting her a sideways glance. His lips curled into a sexy grin. He looked adorable as the wind whisked through his dark short mane. For sure, she agreed as she held down her own locks of hair as the wind tousled it. She tucked the sides behind her ears, but it was no use. The warm, early autumn breeze continued to sweep her brunette hair into her face. The scenery is so beautiful. Lucy's eyes drank in the greenery as they climbed higher up the hilltop.
Not half as beautiful as you,
Antonio murmured in a low, deep voice. Lucy turned to him. She was, in a word, stunned. Did he just say she was beautiful? Oh, God. Her belly was really bubbling up in a tingling way. Oh, God. Thank you, she replied sheepishly as she looked out at the scenery, trying to avoid his gaze. This was stupid. She was a grown woman. What was she afraid of?
You want on some music?
Antonio asked with a dimpled grin. Sure. Can you get one of those oldies station or easy listening channels? Antonio reached over the satellite radio and set it to a station. Before she knew it, the song Never Knew Love Like This by Stephanie Mills boomed through the speakers. Lucy thought she would faint.
Good thing she was sitting. The smooth soul ballad with the catchy melodic tune sounded. I never knew love like this before. Now I'm lonely nevermore. Since you came into my life. Oh God. Lucy felt as if she could sink into her seat. What a coincidence for that song to play. How embarrassing. The song was one of the most beautiful ballads she'd ever heard. An old 80s tune, but it certainly couldn't have spoken for the mood any more than it did. It was as if Antonio's car was alive and played music to what a person thought inside his or her mind. Antonio glanced in her direction and his grin grew wider. Great. He was enjoying this, wasn't he? He probably thought she was in love with him or some such nonsense. Egotist. Nice choice. The station, I mean, he quipped. Lucy resisted the urge to playfully slap his muscular arm. She wanted to pinch him, but didn't. She rolled her eyes and shook her head in amusement. By the time that song ended, the beautiful ballad Lost in Your Eyes by Debbie Gibson played. It had to be one of her all-time favorites. Both of them were quiet in the car for a moment, as they pulled up to the top of the hill with the gorgeous view of the mansion and the enormous green spread below. Well, we're here. What do you think of the view? Antonio seemed a bit more mellow. Was it the music? Could a beautiful ballad really tame the beast, so to speak? She got out of the car slowly as he held the door open for her. Thank you, she said. You're a very polite woman, he commented. You must have said thank you at least 300 times since this afternoon, he surmised with a boyish grin. But who's counting? She would not say thank you to that comment. She willed herself not to. Gosh, he was right. She was very over-thankful for everything, if one could call it that. Antonio took that opportunity to grill Lucy about her life, what she enjoyed and what she didn't, and how noble it was for her to take over her auntie's business, though he still wanted to discuss letting his grandfather down as gently as possible. He loved that old man. Lucy asked him about his own family, since clearly he knew much about her. Antonio was closed at first, but as they meandered around the hillside, they got to talking more. He loved to capture the beautiful scenic images, and in fact, he owned a mini gallery in one of the cottages where he displayed his artwork and nature photography. He even showed her some images on his smartphone. Lucy was awestruck. That is so beautiful, Antonio. You really have a good eye for capturing nature's best. It takes a lot of practice, but I can't take all the credit, of course. Nature does its thing. I'm only a fan. A fan? Yeah. Why? Does that surprise you? You just don't seem like the type to appreciate things like Mother Nature. Lucy's mouth felt dry and brittle. All the moisture had dried up. Why was she nervous around this good-looking, obviously caring man? Why did she feel so comfortable around him, yet so nervous at the same time? Her heart pounded in her chest. He was interested in just spending time with her, wasn't he? They had some sort of chemistry. She felt it, deep into her core. You don't think I have time to appreciate the sunrise on the horizon? Or the fields of greenery around here? He said with amusement, his brow arched. He had read her mind. No, she said sheepishly, feeling heat rise to her throat. The truth was, she was seeing a different side of him. Such a contrast from the overbearing executive who stormed into her office when they first met. I do think it's sort of cute, though. I mean, I love sunsets and vivid scenery. I could stare at it all day. I used to do that a lot on my lunch hour, but everyone thought I was crazy. You're not the only one who's crazy, Lucy. We all need to take time out to appreciate breathing once in a while.
to look at our surroundings while we can. What's the point of life if we take everything around us for granted?
That's so true. Lucy had never met a man like Antonio. Certainly, her ex was nothing like him. She and Antonio had a lot more in common than she originally thought. Oh, look at this one, she said, browsing through more images on his smartphone. It was a snapshot of a beautiful puppy with golden fur and large brown eyes, laying comfortably by what looked to be an apple tree.
He's adorable,
Lucy said, her voice cracking with emotion. The lovely pup reminded her of Bailey, her own little mutt.
Is everything okay?
Antonio's smooth, deep voice interrupted her daze.
You seem upset.
No, I'm fine. Thanks. This little guy reminds me of my dog.
Oh? What happened to him?
Lucy swallowed hard. Her throat was closing in. She could not breathe again. He passed away.
I'm so sorry, Lucy.
It's okay.
He was a crossbreed? Like the one in the photo?
Yes, a beautiful labradoodle. Lucy smiled with appreciation. The best thing that happened to me at that time. He was my little friend, my son. He was a gift from my mom, a cross from a Labrador retriever and a poodle, and he had the finest, softest fur ever. Honey golden with the largest brown eyes I'd ever seen on a dog. My neighbor was pet sitting for me at the time, but there was an accident when they were outside. A car. She swallowed hard. God, I miss him. Antonio seemed genuinely sorry about her loss.
What a tragic incident for you. I'm really sorry you went through that. Did they find out who was in the car?
She shook her head. No, she said quietly. The driver never even slowed down. Everyone was so shocked. No one had the presence of mind to note the license plate or even the type of car. She willed the tears not to flow. It took her forever to get over that.
So sad. Nothing can replace someone or something you love,
Antonio said. Those words captured Lucy's heart and tugged at her. She looked up at Antonio, startled. Thank you.
For what?
For empathizing with me. My ex, he couldn't understand why I was so overcome with grief at the time. He told me Bailey was just a dog.
Bailey was no doubt like a wonderful companion to you. Your ex seems like the dog.
In spite of her mood, Lucy almost burst out laughing. What was with Antonio? He really had a wry sense of humor. He knew how to make her laugh. That was another score for him. Not that she could ever really be with someone like Antonio. Geez, she felt more chemistry with Antonio than she ever had with her ex. Wasn't that weird? It wasn't the quantity of time you spent with a person. It was also the quality. Jeff and she had been together for a while, but they rarely had talks like the one she and Antonio were having. And it was interesting how easily she felt she could speak to Antonio about anything. In fact, she could not recall a single heart-to-heart conversation like this with Jeff. Well, I wish he had half the feeling over Bailey's death as you do. I mean, it means a lot when someone else shares your pain, understands you.
We all need that, Lucy. Life is one heck of an emotional ride.
Agreed. Antonio and Lucy spoke about the other pictures in his digital portfolio. She didn't even realize the time. She was having the most fun. Their conversations jumped all over the place, covering many different topics. She noticed that his mood darkened somewhat when she asked him about his father. He didn't want to delve too deeply into his father's passing and what type of man he was. And what Lucy noticed more, was the pain in Antonio's eyes when he answered a question about his mother. She was alive, but it sure didn't feel like it. He didn't want to discuss anything about his mother. She was off limits, apparently. Period. Done with. A non-issue. Lucy wondered in horror about what type of relationship they might have had for him to never want to trust women. Perhaps there was more to the story than the little she had heard. There must have been. Antonio was a sweet, resourceful man who gave a lot to the community, though he never spoke directly of it. While questioning him on his projects, she learned that most of it was to help young people succeed in life on their own, regardless of their backgrounds. He seemed to be quite passionate about that, obsessed even. It was one of those forces that drove him daily, to turn underdogs into top dogs. Who could blame him for wanting to do that? Was it because he didn't have much himself growing up? Not in material things, obviously, but in love, companionship. Lucy had explained to Antonio that the reason she wanted to continue the agency, despite having her own reservations about some of the stunts the brides and grooms wanted to pull off, was it was a way to grant dreams to deserving people. Antonio commended her on her intent, but still made it clear that by Friday, he wanted her to resolve the issue with his grandfather's wedding. Way to ruin the moment, she thought. They enjoyed the scene of the lake below, and Lucy also noticed the chairlift to the side, going all the way down to the bottom of the hill. You guys own all of this land?
We do.
But it's like cottage country up here. Is there a resort nearby? Lucy felt so out of her league and so out of bounds. How could she not have known this? She knew that Romero Realty owned plenty of properties and land, but never envisioned this. Unlike Antonio, it wasn't as if she went around ordering background checks on everyone with whom she did business, although it would probably be a good idea. Everything she knew about people was reduced to whatever she could Google about them. Ha! That made her feel so amateurish compared to the Romeros.
During the winter months, we open up the cottages over there, and we pretty much run a ski resort. We do a lot of student packages.
Can students even afford this?
We do complimentary packages, Lucy. We give back to the community and to the young people.
Oh, right.
I trust you will be present at the Diamond Ball this Thursday evening.
Antonio's tone made the sentence sound more like a command than a question or invitation. Well, I do have a lot of projects this week, she answered with a grin, but I think I will try to squeeze it in.
Good,
Antonio answered curtly. The sun was setting and the sky was turning into swirls of red and purple in the distance. When she looked at the lights of the town below, it was a picture-perfect image. You must love coming up here, Antonio.
Like I said, I like to get away from the city when I can, and from the people.
From people?
Yes. Why, does that surprise you?
Well, you seem like such a people person.
I do?
Yes. Lucy then thought back to their first meeting at the office. He didn't exactly seem people-friendly at the time, but that was obviously because he was peeved with her about his grandfather's wedding. Oh no. His grandfather's wedding. Just then Lucy's feelings took a serious nosedive. Lucy kept directing her gaze to the chairlifts going up and down the steep hill, empty. It was sad in a way. Here, Antonio had all this land, and it was practically empty. It was like owning an amusement park and not allowing admittance.
You want a ride?
On the chairlift?
Come.
Antonio didn't wait for her to answer. Oh my, this was so not how she had planned her evening. It was better. Too bad it was a work night. Lucy didn't know why, but she just wanted to spend the whole evening with Antonio. Heck, she wanted to spend more than just the whole evening with him. There was something about him that lulled her senses. Something about Antonio that she just couldn't quite pinpoint. What was it about Antonio Romero? This man was as elusive as he was sexy and hot as hell. His presence captivated her every time she saw him, whether in person or in her dreams or her fantasies. And there he was, with Lucy, alone. Just the two of them. He had some sort of magical effect on her emotions, like some sort of sedative that mellowed her mood and relaxed her at the same time. She glanced at his softly defined lips. What would they feel like on hers? As if he could hear her, Antonio escorted her to the chairlift. But before he got on, he glanced into her eyes. Her legs weakened. "Please kiss me." Just then, the image of him touching her, caressing her, making love to her, engulfed her mind. God, she really needed to get a life. She really needed not to be celibate right now. How long had it been since she'd been intimate? Way too long. Antonio's cell phone buzzed and shattered the moment. He paused. She thought she heard him curse under his breath. He turned away to answer. It had a distinctive ring, so it must have been somebody important. "Yes, grandfather. You have a good night, too." "Sorry, I wasn't listening, but that was so sweet." There, she said it. "You're really something else, you know that? You're really something else, you know that?" he said, guiding her to the chairlift. "Why do you say that?" "You're sentimental, for one thing." Lucy stopped herself and watched as Antonio's lips curled into a smile. The scenic chairlift ride was extraordinary. She grabbed onto Antonio's arm as he casually leaned back in the luxury seat of the lift, gliding all the way down at a swift pace. Lucy's breath was hard, catching her breath but enjoying the sights. How could Antonio be so calm when dangling in the air from a thin cable? She gripped his biceps and could feel the steel hardness of his muscles. Good God, this man was built solid like a sculpture. Oh my, what could he be like in bed? "Are you going to be okay, Miss Shillerton?" Antonio turned to her, grinning. She playfully rolled her eyes. "I'm afraid of heights." The grin vanished. "Why didn't you tell me?" "No, it's okay. I'm with you, so..." He held on to her. "We'll be down soon." Lucy leaned into Antonio. She really did enjoy the scenery. It was just the thought of the cables holding them up so high off the ground worked on her nerves. They must have been at about 2,000 feet above sea level, she guessed. Of course, who cared about sea level? To Lucy, it looked like a 1,000,000-mile plummet to Earth. Antonio turned to Lucy and lifted her chin up so that their gaze met. Lucy looked into Antonio's dark, sexy eyes, and she felt oddly protected. He gave her the look that he would not let anything happen to her. But there was also something else in his eyes. Oh, those beautiful dark eyes framed by long, thick lashes. Then, as if time had stopped, he leaned down and pressed his soft lips to hers. Lucy felt electricity pulse delightfully, chaotically, through her blood. Then, as if time stopped, he leaned down and pressed his soft lips to hers. Lucy felt electricity pulse delightfully, chaotically through her blood. He slowly slid his tongue inside her parted lips and twirled and sucked on her until she felt heated between her thighs. Holy crap! Lucy and Antonio were locked into the hottest, most passionate kiss she'd ever experienced in her life. He held her closely and sucked on her lips and pleasured them in a way she never imagined. This
man can kiss. She didn't know where she was. She was so lost in the moment. She couldn't care less if she were dangling from the Empire State Building in New York or the CN Tower in the downtown Toronto core. Her mind buzzed. Her body convulsed. What a kiss. Antonio's lips tasted as sweet as they looked. His lips tasted of savory wine and were divinely intoxicated. Heat coursed through Lucy's blood. Her blood pumped fast and hard, and she didn't know whether she was coming or going. She was in a trance. When he licked her lips and pulled away from her, she was still buzzed, dazzled, discombobulated. Her lips tingled from his soft, intimate touch. Her body reacted like crazy. Her nipples were hard as if she was in the Arctic, and her inner thighs pulsed and pounded from want. Oh God. Oh God. Antonio's lips. His kiss. Lucy was breathless. She was dazed and needed oxygen, like yesterday. Are you okay, Miss Shillerton? Antonia's low voice slid into her. She took a minute to catch her breath and realized that they were already at the bottom of the slope. She was still panting, breathing hard and fast. Well, I'm glad you didn't pass out on me up there. He grinned. Lucy gazed into his eyes. Her mind was still reeling from his soft, sensual kiss. This man oozed power, sexual power, and lots of it. Yet he just claimed that he didn't fall in love. That was what he said, wasn't it? She was aware he was never heartbroken, but he must have broken a hell of a lot of hearts. Lucy was shaking. She was shivering, and it wasn't because of a cool night breeze. Lucy, come on. I'd better take you home. My car, she stuttered. Maxine drove it home, remember? Oh, right. Lucy clutched her forehead. Superman CEO here just stole her breath away, and all her senses, and her memory too, with just one hot, memorable kiss. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that, he murmured. Done what? I sometimes get ahead of myself. I just didn't want you passing out on me up there. You know, just trying to distract you. Yeah, I know. Thank you. So that was all it was? Antonio was saving her, not seducing her? Then why was her body still pulsing and reacting to him? It wasn't anything, Lucy. Don't get ahead of yourself. It was only a kiss. No, it wasn't just a kiss. It was the freaking best feeling I'd ever experienced sexually, and he hadn't even undressed me. Yet. Later, when Lucy arrived at her apartment, she pressed the remote for her iPod dock, and the first song that loaded really spoke to how she felt at the moment. It was a hot, soulful ballad from Deborah Cox, titled Nobody's Supposed to Be Here. That woman sure could sing, and she was singing just what Lucy was feeling. Lucy crouched down on the floor by her door after closing it. She grabbed her knees to her chest. Shit! She was falling for Antonio Romero. That was so wrong on so many levels. He wasn't relationship material. He told her that. Not just told her, screamed it from the mountaintops. She didn't want to get her heart slammed into pieces again. But yet, he made her feel the way no man had ever made her feel before. Not even her first love. Lucy had to get Antonio out of her system and fast. This was all wrong. She craved the way he made her feel. She craved him. But she could not, should not, give her heart to him. Once bitten, twice shy. Once betrayed, twice afraid. She had to try to unfall in love with this guy. He was so out of her league. Besides, she swore off men.
For now, anyway. Look what Jeff did to her. And she really had trusted Jeff. So why was her heart telling her that she needed Antonio, that she should be with him? She squeezed her eyes shut. She was shivering all over. She was still buzzing from Antonio's sexually charged, passionate kiss. Her lips still tingled from his touch. Those soft, hot lips of his. His amazing tongue twirling. How did he do that? She was stoked by him. Captivated by him. She was in love with him. Chapter 7. Antonio kissed me. Lucy was reeling over that seductive kiss. She was still thrilled about Monday's erotic brush of the lips with Antonio Romero. It was 2 days ago, and yet the fantastical touch of his lips remained as a phantom sensation. Those lips of his. Soft, sweet, tender. She'd never met anyone like Antonio. His kiss could bring a woman to dizzying heights of sensual pleasure. What would it feel like to be even more intimate with him? Lucy's body was still pulsing over the naughty thoughts swirling in her mind. So there really was such a thing as sparks flying when you kissed the right person? Lucy had never felt that way before with Jeff. Never. But the words that followed after her close and personal encounter with Antonio left a bitterness in the pit of her stomach. He said he didn't want her passing out on him. It was merely a distraction. It meant nothing to him. Yet she was having these crazy whirlwind feelings about him. Her body desired his touch, his passion. What was wrong with her? The Diamond Ball fundraiser was the following evening, and Lucy honestly didn't know if she could handle seeing Antonio again. The thought was overwhelming in more ways than one. Then there was the decision regarding what to do about his grandfather's wedding. Oh, God. His grandfather's nuptials. She was going to have to hurt one of the Romeros, and the mere thought scorched her heart. This was not going to be easy. Penny for your thoughts. Maxine raised a brow coupled with a wicked grin. She and Lucy headed up the grand escalator of the Metro Convention Center towards the bridal show. Lucy came out of her daydream and drew in a deep breath before answering. I've just got a lot on my mind, Maxine. I'll bet you do, and I bet his name is Antonio Romero III, she said. Maxine! What? I'm just saying. Antonio is the grandson of one of my clients, nothing more. Yeah, if you say so. I saw the look on your face when he asked to be alone with you on Monday. Come on, you must have gotten some. Maxine, I would never just... I'm not easy. Besides, that would be just so unethical. Maxine grinned and rolled her eyes playfully as they both stepped off the escalator and walked towards the carpeted corridor towards showroom A. Lucy, you're a woman in love. You may not want to admit it, but I see the way you are around that dude. And just how am I around that dude? You're always blushing and incoherent for one thing. Lucy stopped walking for a moment and turned to face Maxine. She could not believe her ears. Excuse me? You know what I'm talking about, girl. And then you're like not letting anything around the office bother you as much. You're always daydreaming and thinking about something, and there's that silly grin on your face. Lucy felt her heart soar through her body. Her face must have been cherry red by now. Okay, Maxine, that's enough. I don't know where you got those ideas from. Okay, you can run, girl, but you can't hide. Hide? Yeah, you can't hide from love. Just as they approached the entrance of showroom A, music wafted out from the loudspeakers, and as if some coincidence, the song was none other than Love Makes Things Happen by Pebbles and Babyface. Oh, hell no, Lucy thought to herself. The words, "Love can pull you deep into a spell," resonated loud and clear as wedding bells in the hall. Okay, why on earth do they have to play that song now? Then Maxine, as if on cue, unsuccessfully stifled her giggle as she held her iPad to her nose to hide her wide grin. Lucy and Maxine explored the exhibit with the Funbird wedding invitations in the themed wedding section. Next to the Twilight-themed wedding, it was the most popular there by far. They carefully selected items that would be more elegant and stunning for the various weddings they would be planning this year. There was a one-of-a-kind Funbird-themed boutonniere and bouquet that caught Lucy's attention on a display, in addition to slingshot pens and golden eggs, and a treasure chest for notes to be penned by guests. Lucy and Maxine were even treated to a video tour of one of the weddings that contained the designer supply so they could see firsthand. To say they were impressed was an understatement. Going to bridal shows and conventions was a productive way to actively sample the products they would be buying, in addition to networking with contractors and future business associates. The supplier had a display of Funbird sugar cookies and a tutorial as to where the special decoration should be placed in the wedding reception. They contained various decorations including themed flowers, 3-tiered cakes, placemats, buttons, flags, balloons, red confetti in the shape of tiny bird feathers, and the whole works. The vendor even displayed samples of the Funbird's deviled eggs, decorated with one red bird in the center of the tray on the sample dessert table, along with fresh strawberries and whipped cream. Lucy tasted the sweet strawberries and scooped up a delicious deviled egg. Lucy felt the excitement for any bride and groom who would make this a fun wedding. It really took the seriousness out of the occasion. The couple who used these products would have to have an excellent sense of humor and a mentality steeped in fun to pull it off. The products from this designer would be perfect for Tony's wedding to Shelley, Lucy thought. But then, as if right on cue, that awful feeling in the pit of her stomach about the risks involved to pull off such an elaborate ceremony sunk her like a rock in the lake. Her excitement waned for some reason, though she had less fear of Antonio than she had before. Was Maxine right? Was she really having those symptoms of a person who had caught the magical love bug? Or was that lust? The noise level in the auditorium was quite high, but they could still hear the enthusiastic speaker hawking off all the unique elements in their themed wedding booth. Lucy used many suppliers in the past, but she was always glad to attend these shows to meet upcoming designers and view the latest hot trends in the biz. Keeping up with the best and most current trends was the name of the game in the wedding planning industry. You wanted to let people know you had everything to offer them to make their dream ceremony come true. "Oh, look, this is interesting," Maxine said, pulling Lucy away from the booth an hour later after they placed their orders. "What is this?" Lucy said, looking around for the display sign for the tent they were approaching. "It looks like a tent booth for a DIY wedding," Maxine replied. "Oh, do it yourself. Really? That's so not good for us." Lucy walked inside the open white tent and her vision captured the beautiful decorations and mannequins with various wedding gowns. The tent booth had tons of gorgeous wedding decorations, a conference-length table with sample foods, and various photos on stands with the countless wedding themes. It felt so surreal to be there. For the first time since her fiancé had died, Lucy actually dreamed of becoming a bride again. She squeezed her eyes shut momentarily, then reopened them. It was all too much. She came so close to happily ever after with Jeff, but now, maybe she would never become a bride again. Perhaps planning weddings for others was the closest she would ever become to being a bride. She'd heard the saying, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Well, Lucy thought she might always be a wedding planner and never a bride. "Hey, cool! And don't worry, Lucy, there's plenty of couples getting married and remarried to go around for all of us in the industry. And look, you can build your own dream wedding here on their computer. Maxine said as she scurried over to the interactive display screen. They were lucky the area wasn't as crowded as the other parts of the booth. I'm not really interested, Lucy lied. Yeah, right. Come on, how could you not be? We plan weddings for a living, don't we? Let's check out the competition. Lucy breathed in deeply, and the pain of inhaling almost squeezed the air out of her lungs. This was all too much for her. It was like looking at pictures of Barbies and being told you can never have one of your own. Good heavens! What on earth was she doing in this business? Torturing herself? No, making others happy makes me happy. Okay, fine, you're right. I'll have a look, Lucy finally agreed. Both girls sat down and were asked to log into a section of the screen where they could both design their own dream wedding and have the information forwarded to them in their email inbox. Lucy rolled her eyes and shook her head. Marketing 101. What a great way to collect email addresses of potential clients. Lucy followed the prompts and filled in her details. Then, for the hell of it, she had fun with it and planned her dream wedding. She paused for a moment when the groom's initials were requested. She did not know why, but she decided to have a bit of a daring fantasy and keyed in AR, Antonio Romero. Yeah, right, like that would ever happen. Lucy felt silly after she'd gotten up from the display screen and looked around to see if anyone was close enough to see what she entered. She quickly decided to delete the information. It was useless. Fantasies were not going to make her real life any better. It was only an illusion she tried to justify to herself. What was she doing here? Lucy decided that after planning the next 3 weddings that she had already been contracted to do, she would turn over the keys to a new CEO. She was done with planning weddings for others. It was too heartbreaking for her. It would only serve as a reminder of how much she had failed in her own love life. Oh, Lucy felt down on herself for even thinking such notions. When she thought about the look on Tony's face, or that of her other clients who were in love, she realized that saying something and doing something were 2 completely different things. It wouldn't be easy to give up Dream Weddings, Inc. But just as most people who have difficulty in their jobs, they stick it out for one reason. Because deep down, inside, it is their passion. Either that, or they need money to pay rent and buy food. Still, she wasn't hurting as much as she was financially 2 years ago, and she could always try to get a job in psychology, research, or teaching, but it wouldn't be as much fun. If Lucy was honest with herself, then she would know what the real obstacle was. Antonio Romero. She was going crazy out of her mind thinking about him every waking second. And of course, there were the dreams. She just couldn't flush his charm, the memory of his sweet kiss, his touch, out of her mind. Oh, and she tried, but she just couldn't. And because he was as emotionally detached as a slab of steel, speaking of abs of steel, she knew he was unavailable to her in the way that she would need him to be. The truth was, as embarrassing as it was, Antonio hadn't even called her since Monday. Not that she expected him to, not that he told her he would, but after such an intimate lip-locking session, she thought he would at least have tried to reach her or reach out to her. Damn, Antonio! Why hasn't he called me? He should have called me. He should have tried to send me a text message or an email to see how things were going with his grandfather, or maybe even make an excuse to drop by the office, just as he did last week. What was it with him? Was he seeing someone? No, he said he wasn't. Lucy then realized that Antonio was hot and sexy and bad in every sense of the word where raw physical attraction was concerned, And although she almost went into cardiac arrest when he almost sucked her breath away with that sizzling kiss, it obviously meant nothing to him. At least that's what Lucy believed. She anxiously bit down on her lip while thinking about Monday night. "Come on, Maxine," Lucy finally uttered. "We need to get going. We have a million things to do before the end of the week. Oh, and we must get an appropriate outfit for the ball tomorrow." "I don't think I'm going again. I've got too much on my agenda for our upcoming weddings." Maxine turned to her as if Lucy had morphed into a vampire or a zombie. "Are you feeling all right? You cannot miss the diamond ball, girl. We have to go." "Oh, you can go. You can represent the agency. I don't think we both need to be there. In fact, why can't you ask one of your friends to go? Or you and Darla can go in my place," Lucy murmured. Her heart squeezed at the thought of not going, but it was for the best. There was only one solution to prevent Lucy from heartbreak again. I've got to get Antonio Romero out of my system. Chapter 8.
"You seem preoccupied, grandson,"
Tony commented as he hobbled with his cane into the den. He didn't always walk with a cane, but at times when his arthritis acted up, he would use his walking stick on the advice of his physiotherapist to help stabilize him while ambulating, and help to reduce the pressure on his ankle. Antonio was gazing outside through the French glass doors in the room. He had his hands shoved into the pockets of his dress pants, his tie was loosened at the neck, and his blazer was opened up. He was leaning against the antique oak desk, just glaring as if his vision was fixed on an object. Only it wasn't. It was his mind that was fixated with a subject. Lucy Shillerton. He loathed the fact that she was dominating his every thought since he'd met her. She was nothing but trouble, and Antonio knew that. Yet his mind and body were not in unison where thoughts of her were concerned. A surge of heat raced through him just visualizing her in his mind. The rounded curves of her hips, her intoxicating fragrance, and thoughts of what her slender legs would feel like around his waist. He had kissed her. That was memorable. There was something about the softness of her lips. She seemed so inexperienced, yet a breath of fresh air at the same time. Antonio had admittedly kissed a lot of women in his time to know about the individuals. Much like James Bond, he could tell a lot by the way a woman kissed, including her sincerity. He didn't know how, but he was always spot on. There was something that was in sync with his body and soul when his lips touched Lucy's. His mouth literally watered to taste her sweetness all evening before he finally kissed her. But why had he done it then? Was he just curious to see if she tasted as good as she looked? He had found her fragrance so damn intoxicating at the same time, it drove him wild. Antonio was simply captivated by Lucy's chaste beauty, and not just the physical beauty. The attraction to her was one thing, but it was the kindness that rested within her that struck him. It wasn't as if he'd met women like that every single day. There was always an agenda with other women, followed by emotional baggage attached to the ones he'd met. So now, he was hooked on Lucy's taste, and that was bad, very bad for him. He didn't like the feeling of being hooked or dependent on anyone, certainly not some hot-looking woman. He had too many negative experiences in his past with Velcro women who liked to cling on to him for dear life. He didn't want the responsibility or the emotional commitment they required. They wanted what he could not, would not give them. All of him. Where his heart was concerned, that was off limits. Period. Then why was she dominating his thoughts all of a sudden? Antonio wasn't a relationship man, so his feelings regarding Lucy brought him to the brink of cognitive dissonance. He needed to do something about that, quick. Antonio turned around to face his ailing grandfather.
Granddad, we need to talk about your health,
Antonio said quietly, shifting the topic in his mind to the real reason he decided to pay his grandfather a visit.
My health?
Tony sat down on the plush chair by the fireplace.
There's nothing wrong with my health,
he continued cheerfully as he leaned back and reclined the chair. He pressed a button by the side, and within seconds, a staff member entered the study. "Yes, sir, can I get you anything?" one of his butlers asked as he entered.
Yes, my usual, Sam. And for Antonio?
Nothing, thank you. Antonio wanted nothing more than to get off his chest once and for all what he came to say.
Very well. Now what is this about my health that you're concerned with?
The elder continued the conversation.
I've said it before, grandfather, and I'll say it again. I really think you should reconsider getting married so soon.
The older man's expression darkened slightly. Tony pinched his lips before answering.
Listen, Antonio, we're not going to go through this again. I want to marry Shelley, and that's final. It's not subject to negotiation.
Negotiation? Grandfather, we're not talking about a business merger.
That's right. We're talking about a marriage merger. You should try it sometime.
Antonio respected his grandfather so much, but resisted the urge to be flippant. If it were any other person with whom he was speaking, he might have responded with a, "Try it 4 or 5 times like you did," but he could see the old man was simply trying to prove a point.
Everyone has an agenda, grandfather. You haven't even known Shelley that long. And just how much time do you think I have to get to know her?
That's just the point. Don't you question the fact that she is so young and interested in spending her life with you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Grandfather, you're a noble man, a great person. It's not about you. The fact that you have 4 alimony payments going to your ex-wives should set off some red flags.
Won't you even consider a prenuptial agreement? Now you stop that, Antonio.
Tony sat up straight in his chair. His trembling index finger jabbed the air towards his grandson.
Granddad, listen to me. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. For one thing, why did she choose to have such a risky ceremony? She, of all people, should know what too much excitement could do to your heart. I went through the entire procedure with the wedding planning agency.
Damn them. His gut clenched at the thought of how they pumped up his grandfather with all these stupid ideas about dream nuptials and outrageous ceremonies.
They told me that these sort of weddings are the in thing now, and they are fun.
Tony continued as the butler came in with a tray filled with his evening snack, fruits, biscuits, and a steaming cup of coffee.
You know how much I like to have fun, Antonio.
I understand, grandfather, but do you remember what the doctor said to you after? Antonio hesitated for a moment.
Yes, after the stroke. I do remember. And I also remember that I may not have all the time in the world, but that doesn't mean life has to be a bore.
Grandfather, I don't want you to rush into things. If you really want to marry this woman, at least give it a little more time. You don't have to wait years, just don't jump into another marriage without thinking about it. What do you even know about this woman?
This woman is going to be my future wife, and that's that. I don't require approval or anyone else's.
Fine. But you left me in charge in case you couldn't make decisions for yourself.
Please don't remind me. Besides, that's not the case now.
The older Romero paused for a moment as if in deep thought. The older Romero paused for a moment as if in deep thought.
I know you care about me, Antonio, and I know you haven't exactly experienced the joys of marriage or seen it with your own parents.
Tony's voice softened.
But trust me on this one. It's not as bad as it seems. Just because you've been hurt or because I've been hurt by other relationships, do you think I'm going to want to miss out on potentially finding true happiness because of some bad decision I made in the past?
Antonio closed his eyes and listened. His lips were clenched. He tried to suppress the emotion that had overcome him. Yes, his grandfather touched a raw nerve where marriage was concerned. His own mother was a self-professed gold digger, and his former girlfriend had more than betrayed him. It was a bitter betrayal. The one girl he thought he was in love with when he was younger used him, and then went on to sleep with his so-called best friend. Antonio chose to block memories of her from his mind, but the fact that his grandfather remembered how much it almost killed him at the time, when he was still in college, brought the reality back that it had happened, and it was real. Antonio didn't get love from his own mother nor from the women in his life he had dated, and add that to the fact that his own grandfather had been strung through the alimony cycle several times, didn't make it any easier. Antonio wasn't like his grandfather, though. Hurt him once, and no one would ever get the opportunity to pull that again on him. He was through binding himself or tying himself down to one woman. Sex, not love, was his motto, and that was good enough for him. No one would ever get the opportunity to hurt him again. Antonio would make sure of that. And if his grandfather wanted to make a fool of himself and risk his health, then that would be his prerogative.
I've made some bad decisions, grandfather, and so have you. Yes, I agree with that. But I don't agree with making similar decisions that could lead to the same results.
Antonio opined.
When you believe you're in love, isn't it possible to think that things are better than they really are? Isn't that why they say love is blind? Perhaps, grandson, perhaps. But it is still my decision to make. I really wish you would change the way you feel about love and marriage. I really don't want to see you have all the success and no one to share it with. I want to see you happy with someone who makes you happy, Antonio. There really is someone for everyone. The world is a big place. It is our thinking that can make it small. Please, think out of the box, where love is concerned.
With those words, Tony got up from his chair and pressed the button near his elbow. When the butler returned, Tony motioned to him to take his tray upstairs.
I will be having my evening snack in my room. Thank you.
The butler nodded and picked up the tray.
Well, Antonio, I need to get some rest. We have the ball tomorrow night, and I have some business to attend to during the day. And by the looks of it, you could do with some rest yourself.
Tony patted Antonio on the back and walked out of the study. Antonio moved over to the desk and pressed his elbows on top of it, resting his chin on his folded hands. He gave thought to what his grandfather told him. It wasn't planned that way, yet it had turned out to be a heart-to-heart, man-to-man talk, didn't it? So why hadn't he mellowed a bit? A flash of loneliness stabbed at Antonio's heart. The words of his late father surfaced in his mind.
Fall in love when you're ready, not when you're lonely,
his old man once told him. The truth was, Antonio didn't want to mess around with anyone's feelings just because he was unsure of his own. That was what it all boiled down to, wasn't it? Antonio was sure of many things in his life, but knowing when you meet the right person wasn't one of them. Who could tell the difference? No one. Antonio took great risks with business decisions, stock options, and game plans to do with the family business, but with his own personal life,
That was no longer something he wanted to risk. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again as if tortured by his own emotions, as he stood in the dimly lit study while the sun set outside. Antonio was in the dark, emotionally and physically, tormented by his own turbulent feelings and his own secret desires and his own fears. The worst thing a woman could do to a man was to damage his pride, trample his male ego. Emotionally, he was damaged. Was Antonio merely lonely and longing for someone who cared for him, for who he was, and not for the material things he possessed or the lifestyle he could offer the so-called fairer sex? Was he fearful that Lucy could be the one but may not be the one? Or that he may end up ruining her just as he had been ruined? If she was looking for someone to love her completely, then she shouldn't look his direction. He would be all wrong for her. No one would be right for Antonio. Emotionally damaged. Antonio was a heartbroken, walking wreck. He didn't need or want anyone to complete him. He just needed someone to accept him for who he was. He needed someone to be who she was, and to allow him to be who he was inside. Unconditional love. That was what his father once spoke about. Someone who loved you in all conditions and was appreciative of you regardless of external circumstances. But that wasn't possible in his books. Something or someone would always end up destroying that beautiful love. Had he been acting on his grandfather's behalf from the viewpoint of someone who had been emotionally ruined by all the women in his life he'd ever cared about? Antonio was beginning to question his intentions. He was beginning to reevaluate the rationale behind his thinking and dealing with the patriarch of the Romero dynasty. How awful to be in a position where you couldn't trust a soul. If only no one knew about his background. Then it would be fair game, wouldn't it? What was with him? Was it because Antonio had seen his grandfather this happy before, 4 marriages ago? And was it because when the old man was heartbroken after his young wives extracted enough out of him and decided it was time to leave him in the cold, that he was the one to pick up the pieces for his grandfather? It was Antonio who had to talk to his grandfather out of killing himself after each wife cheated on him with a younger man, then left him in the dust, requesting alimony in the process, wasn't it? It was Antonio who was taking time away from work to take his grandfather fishing, golfing, and scuba diving, to bring him into a different world and teach him that there was more to life than being married. Antonio swallowed hard. He sat and leaned back in the leather executive chair and pondered what to do next. His grandfather was right in some regards. His men could not find a damn thing wrong with Shelley, at least not yet. Her character was reportedly impeccable. So then, why did Antonio carry the sick feeling in the pit of his stomach about her marrying his grandfather? And why did Lucy's face flash through his mind? Not her again. Antonio picked up the phone on the desk and dialed. He knew what he was going to do to fix the situation. He was going to call Lucy Shillerton. He glanced at the antique clock in the study. He knew she often worked late at the office. His men informed him of that when he was checking out her background. It wasn't too late, but what if she had already left the office? God, he hoped not. He wasn't about to call her at home. Chapter 9. The following evening, Lucy sat down in the office at Dream Weddings, Inc. Earlier that morning, she was stoked when she got into her office and saw there was a missed call from the Romero residence on her caller ID. At first, her fingers hovered over the dial pad of her phone. She was contemplating calling the number back, but how sad was that to call back a number? Oh, why didn't he leave a message, whoever it was? Perhaps it was an error. Perhaps they really didn't need to speak to her after all. So, she didn't bother to call back since whoever it was didn't leave a voicemail. Still, she wondered if everything was okay with Tony. Or, dear God, was it Antonio trying to reach her? Lucy's heart thumped hard and fast in her chest again, just by thinking about oh so sexy Antonio. No, it couldn't have been him calling. Why would he? Lucy was not about to raise her hopes to a false high only to come crashing back down in a balloon of embarrassment. He was just not that into her, and there was nothing she could do about it. End of discussion with self. Well, I'm leaving now, Lucy, Maxine called out before walking into Lucy's cluttered office. Maxine had already gotten dressed to go to the ball from her office. Luckily, they had amenities at the loft office complex, including a plush gym that included shower facilities and ample changing rooms. Since she had been working with Lucy late at the office, she had no choice but to bring her gown to change into later. They already managed to have a limousine pick them up at 6 o'clock. Are you sure you're not coming? Maxine added. She looked vibrant in her yellow beaded empire waist, strapless evening gown that was accentuated by her lovely diamond custom necklace with matching earrings. Actually, she looked more like a bridesmaid than a guest at a formal dinner party. Lucy thought to herself, Maxine really deserves to meet someone special at the ball, but knowing Maxine, she probably will find someone. Maxine was always the go-getter type who could strike up a conversation with anyone and come away with a new friend. Lucy, on the other hand, would take a lot of convincing. She could be fierce in the office and while hitting the books and in the classroom, but in social situations, like formal dinners and dances, she was a wallflower, a bashful soul who would much rather fade into the background. You look very nice, Lucy offered, sifting through papers. She then picked up several files from her desk and shoved them in the nearby filing cabinet. Thanks. Maxine spun around in her dress as if showing it off on a runway show. I hope Mr. Wright thinks so too. Lucy smirked. Now, how do you know you'll meet Mr. Wright tonight, Maxine? Maxine placed her hands on her hips. Well, duh, I didn't go through all this trouble for nothing, girl. Maxine, we're there to help raise funds for the Diamond Balls charity, remember? Yeah, I know that, girl. Just kidding. Lucy chuckled. Right, of course. Seriously, though, Lucy, you don't want to miss out on this. You're always busy working hard, slaving away in here. I mean, life is more than just work. All work and no play. You know what they say, right? No, I don't. Lucy arched her brow to humor her. Maxine grinned and shook her head. All work and no play makes Jill a dull cow. Lucy almost laughed out loud in spite of herself. Hey, there's no such saying. How would you know? Maxine played back. I thought you've never heard the saying. Fine, maybe I am a dull cow, but I am my own dull cow, okay? Maxine pouted. Lucy, please don't let me show up alone. I thought you were going with our illustrious receptionist. You know, you could both represent the company, then maybe meet a nice guy there. Lucy winked. Very funny. You know Darla isn't exactly a going-out type of girl. Besides, she's not as much fun as you. You know I'm stretching the truth a bit, right? Maxine, now go. Seriously, I really thought you would change your mind, Lucy. That's why I hadn't bothered to ask her or anyone else. The limo will be here soon. Don't forget to expense this under special events.
Maxine shook her head. You're really not going, are you? No, I'm not. End of discussion. So go. Fine. Lucy felt her heart squeeze. Maxine seemed genuinely disappointed. What was with Lucy? God, she was going to miss out on the annual Diamond Ball, the event of the year to see and be seen, just because what's-his-name, kiss him and leave him hanging was going to be there? She sighed deeply as a horrible dark shadow clouded her mood. After Maxine left, Lucy felt cold in the office, but it wasn't because of a faulty heating system. It was because of her emotions. Did Maxine have a point? What on earth was she afraid of? Besides, how many hundreds of people would be in attendance? She probably wouldn't even have to see Antonio. Lucy quickly flung the rest of the files down on her desk and grabbed a self-sticking note to place on top of the pile. To do immediately, she scribbled on the paper. She would tend to the pile first thing in the morning. It was 6 o'clock and refreshments were already being served at the ball. Lucy left her office and closed the door behind her, locking it with her master key. She walked out of the building and down the street towards her parked car and got in. Driving back to the suburbs, she knew she would be late. She blasted the music on her radio and Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus boomed. She didn't know how long it took to reach her apartment building, but she practically zoomed up the flight of stairs into her suite. She threw her bag on the kitchen table and stripped her clothes and hopped in the shower. I have to do this. I can't hide like this. Who am I kidding? Why wouldn't I go? What am I afraid of? Who am I afraid of? As the warming water splashed down her soapy skin, Lucy thought about Antonio holding her from behind. She squeezed her eyes shut and then opened them again. No, she could not go there. He was out of her league. Was she going to make a fool of herself over him? No. Perhaps she was going to see if she could see him, only to show him what he missed out on, or what he could miss out on by avoiding her. Why do women do these things? Was it that impressing the guy of your dreams was such a huge deal? Girls of any age wanted to look their best when they knew the object of their desire was going to be around. Just like in high school, right? Oh, she was crazy. She was crazy in love with this guy. She could feel it. Her body was heating up, and not because of the steamy shower. She was hot for him. She was obsessed with thoughts of him, loving her, kissing her again. Oh, his electrifying sweet kiss. The way his strong arms felt around her waist. His touch. That soul-satisfying caress. His firm, powerful embrace. She'd never in her life met a man like Antonio Romero III. She'd never been captivated by the presence of a man, or the anticipation of seeing a man again, a man as hot and as sexually potent as Antonio Romero. Would he ever kiss her again? 20 minutes later, Lucy had her cordless phone pressed to her right ear. Yes, I would like to know if you could send the same driver to pick me up, Lucy inquired while in her lace bra and matching underwear. Her gown was laying on the bed. She wanted to assure she would have a ride in time for the dance. That will be no problem, Miss Shillerton. Thank you again for your business. The driver will be there shortly. Lucy's sigh was one of relief. It was as if she'd been holding her breath, wondering how on earth would she get a last-minute limo to take her to the ball. The last thing she wanted to do was to drive there herself and show up in her old car while the valet directed all the limos present there. It was a good thing that the limo driver from their favorite company was already booked for the entire evening. They were technically paying for him by the hour anyway, and since Maxine was already inside the ballroom, the driver would be free, right? Lucy could not believe the image she saw in front of her
as she stood in front of her full-length mirror. She barely recognized herself. Oh my God. Was that really her? She was no beauty queen and certainly no supermodel, but she really could not believe how transformed she looked. Maxine was right. There was a time for work and a time for play, to relax and unwind, and maybe dress up and feel good about yourself. Every woman should do that once in a while. Take time and nurture themselves and take good care of themselves. They were so programmed to taking care of others, whether in business or family life, that sometimes they forgot to take care of themselves or felt guilty when they did. Lucy spun around slowly in her gown to make sure everything looked okay. She never had the opportunity to go to her high school prom. She wasn't particularly popular and didn't even have a boyfriend or a date at the time. It was as if she was going to her prom now. How silly was that? She glowed in her floor-length satin emerald green dress. It was sleeveless, strapless, sexy. The off-the-shoulder look and full flowing bottom gave her silhouette the accentuated appearance that she'd always admired in other women. She looked like a modern-day Cinderella going to the ball. Yeah, right. She sure didn't feel like a princess to be. Lucy was still tired and stifled a yawn. Her makeup was tastefully light, and her long dark mane flowed down her back and off her shoulders. Suddenly, her legs weakened again. Damn that feeling! Butterflies tickled her stomach at the mere thought of seeing Antonio. She thought about Antonio Romero's eyes capturing her, or his lips reclaiming hers. What would he say? Would he even notice she turned up at the ball? There would be hundreds of guests and probably many beautifully dressed women there. What would he even think of her? Would he even care to see her again? Insecurity gnawed at Lucy. She looked down at the hemline of her prom-like gown. Who was she kidding? She could never pull this off. She wasn't the confident, outgoing type. At least not as far as socializing was concerned. And to top that off, she'd be showing up alone. How pathetic would that look? The buzzer sounded through her phone, and she picked it up. Her driver was waiting downstairs. Okay. It was showtime. Antonio glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30. He had scanned the ballroom several times. He spotted Lucy's associate, Maxine. But where was Lucy? So she decided to bail, huh? She dared not show up to his annual function. Just what exactly was she playing at? He had spoken to her about it on Monday. Just then, Antonio's groin ached. Of course, he had kissed her. That was not his original intention during their meeting, but it was something he had to do. Had to. And she all too well kissed him back hungrily as if she wanted more. She could not have expected him to call her after that, could she? Was that her problem? Antonio sensed something might have been wrong. Still, the thought of being slighted by a woman unnerved him. He was used to women calling him all the time, caving to his demands, begging to see him, not the other way around. Oh no. What was it with that woman? She was certainly different than any woman he'd ever met in his life, that was for sure. Antonio stood on the second level in the imperial ballroom at his family's estate. The room was two-tiered, so he could survey from the main floor and watch the guests, while enjoying the sights and overseeing that everything was the way it should be. The first part of the evening had gone well so far. The night was still going to be long, and he had other things to attend to. Still, he would be handing out several prestigious scholarships later, then he would leave. He looked over to the far corner and saw that his grandfather was having a great time, dancing with his young fiancé. Antonio's stomach clenched. Where was that woman? Was she trying to avoid him? Did Lucy think she was going to get out of his demands so easily? Antonio loved his grandfather even though they didn't always see eye to eye. But he wasn't about to lose him to some foolish, rushed, high-risk wedding to a young woman he barely knew. And Lucy Shillerton was going to make sure that didn't happen. At this point, he knew his grandfather would only listen to Lucy if she convinced him that he should hold off for now. "You seem preoccupied, cuz. Got a lot in your mind, I see," Lucas commented with a wine glass in his hand. He was gently swaying to the beat of the song and leering at the women as they brushed past the two bachelors on the second level of the grand ballroom. The dance had already begun, and music was booming through the speakers as the live band played. Shortly before, Antonio and Lucas were discussing a potential merger plan with one of their offshore businesses. Antonio breathed deeply. "I've always got business on my mind, Lucas. You should know that by now." Antonio realized he sounded more agitated than he intended. A wave of apprehension swept over Antonio. Should he tell Lucas what was really bothering him? "Oh, I get it," Lucas said as he lifted his wine glass to his lips to take another taste. Antonio held his glass on the rail as he leaned against it and peered out at the guests. "You're not thinking about that little missy from the agency, are you?" Lucas continued, gazing over the balcony. Lucas playfully gave a wink to a young woman walking by who met his gaze. She seemed to have gushed and smiled at him, then waved. Antonio noticed Lucas never missed an opportunity to flirt, no matter what the occasion was. "Now, what makes you think I'm thinking about Lucy?" "Well, for one thing, you didn't say 'that girl' like you would often say. You used her name." "And your point?" Antonio quizzed as he lifted his wine glass to his lips. "My point, cuz. She's the first woman I know you've been so preoccupied with, and you haven't even slept with her." "How would you know that?" Antonio was trying hard to hide his agitation with his young playboy cousin. "I know. Besides, you don't usually see them afterwards. You avoid them like the plague." Antonio was glad no one else was around to hear their conversation. "You really don't know me that well, Lucas. For one thing, I always let a woman know up front that there will be no relationship. It is their problem if they persist after the fact." "Oh, you are good, cuz. Really good. But I know when you've fallen for one." "I don't think you do. I'm more concerned right now about getting our grandfather away from the clutches of that opportunist nurse of his, and Lucy seems to have the right influence on getting him to come to his senses. Nothing more, nothing less." Antonio was getting ready to walk away from the conversation. He felt heated up under his dinner jacket. Antonio proceeded to walk towards the short staircase to the lower level of the ballroom when his breath ceased. Lucy Shillerton. Chapter 10. Antonio didn't even bother to look at his cousin, whom he could see from the corner of his eye, looking where his gaze was fixated. Lucas glanced from Lucy to Antonio, then back to Lucy with his mouth open. So what? Antonio didn't care how foolish he might look at the moment, or how awestruck he appeared. The truth stood that he was awestruck, and it took a lot to get that sort of reaction from him. My God, this woman has been transformed. She is a goddess. Antonio felt the mild twitch in his groin. A surge of heat raced through his body. A grin of amusement touched his lips as he watched Lucy make her way through the ballroom looking lost, unsure of herself. She looked like a beautiful homecoming queen, yet she did not exhibit any of that confidence. Antonio's eyes clung to the stunning emerald green ball gown she wore. Breathtaking. Emerald green was one of his favorite colors. Actually, it was his only favorite color. He had positive association with that beautiful hue of green, and it had little to do with his fiancé. There was something calming, seductive, and captivating about emerald. It was, as Lucy was, precious. If he could remember correctly, that color was the symbol of balance and harmony, renewal and rebirth. It had been said to be an emotionally powerful color as far as love was concerned. Love? Why did that word seep into his mind? Her floor-length evening gown hugging her tiny waist and accentuating her beautiful curves and voluptuous bosom drove him virtually insane just looking at her. It was so tempting to not reach out and hold her close. She's beautiful. Oh God, she's amazing. Lucy was certainly more pleasing to his senses than any other woman he'd ever laid eyes on. Don't go there, Antonio. You're damaged, remember? Damaged. She doesn't deserve you. She'll only get hurt by you. Those haunting words forced an emotional battle to rage within Antonio. Lucas moved close to Antonio on the steps of the stairs and continued to watch his cousin's reaction to seeing Lucy. Man, I hate being right. Kidding, I don't, and I like to gloat. Lucas grinned and shook his head. He then raised his wine glass to his lips. Just then, one of Antonio's associates walked over to Lucy and struck up an animated conversation. Antonio noticed the dude even had the audacity to place his hand on her lower back. Antonio narrowed his eyes. The image of another man flirting with Lucy struck a dangerous chord within him that caught him by surprise. Why should he care? Why did he care? I'll be right back. Antonio dismissed Lucas as his gaze followed Lucy and his associate. Antonio made his way through the crowded dance floor, but not before being stopped by several guests. It's a fine party here, Antonio, thanks, a woman said to him as she grasped his dinner jacket. He turned around and recognized that it was one of the contract employees at his realty branch in the suburbs. Thank you, Antonio said with an air of distraction. He could tell the woman wanted to chat him up, but his dark gaze was still fixed on Lucy. It was as if she was his companion, and someone was trying to step into his territory. His blood felt as if it had reached a boiling point. His heart pounded hard and fierce in his chest. He gently placed his hand over the woman's hand on the breast area of his jacket and placed it to her side with as much courtesy as he could. Thank you so much for coming, Amanda, he said, recalling the woman's name last minute. His tone had an air of finality to it. He could see the woman retreat with disappointment. He hadn't even looked at her again. His eyes scanned and noted that Lucy was now hidden in the sea of well-dressed guests at the affair. Music continued to blaze through the speakers, and the dim ambiance of the ballroom didn't make it any easier. The noise level was extremely high considering he was amongst 300 excited guests. Chatter and laughter, the epitome of people having fun. Why wasn't Antonio enjoying himself at his own event? Was it because, as much as he chose to deny it, something was missing? Or someone? You look lost, Antonio. It was his assistant, Miriam. She was wearing a long, dark blue evening gown and looked more stunning than she ordinarily did. She'd put in a lot of effort for the occasion. Miriam was typically conservative and rarely wore makeup. Everything is okay, Miriam. Antonio sighed heavily. I'm just looking for someone. He replied sharply. Bitterness spilled over in his tone. He didn't like being interrupted no matter the situation. How on earth did Lucy manage to vanish from his view so suddenly? He needed to speak to her at once. He was so sure she would have sought him out upon her arrival. Or perhaps she was about to contact him before being rudely interrupted by his associate. "Oh," Miriam said, sounding surprised as she looked around. "Who are you looking for?" Just then, Lucy appeared in front of him. Antonio's body reacted to her stunning presence. She appeared even more enticing up close. Her sweet perfume wafted to his nostrils. She smelled as good as she looked. His mouth watered to taste the sweetness of her lips again, her gentle, soft lips. His gaze fell to her cleavage and he throbbed. She was arousing him right there on the dance floor, in presence of hundreds of guests. Heat continued to race through him. He had a sense of urgency to pull her into his arms right there and then and make passionate love to her. He noticed at the corner of his eye that Miriam's posture had changed to rigid, but he chose to ignore it. "Oh," Miriam seemed to have snarled, curling up her lip. "Lucy, good to see you." Antonio's voice was reserved. "You look beautiful. Stunning." "Thank you," Lucy murmured. "Miriam, this is Lucy Shillerton," Antonio continued with a tone of authority. "Yes, I know. From the marriage agency." Miriam seemed annoyed more than anything. Antonio was getting impatient with his so-called loyal assistant. Why was Miriam reacting to Lucy that way? In fact, if Antonio could remember correctly, she would always react that way to any dazzling female he would introduce her, whether in a business setting or social situation. Perhaps he should be looking for another assistant. "Actually, it's a dream wedding planning agency," Lucy corrected with a hint of humility. She seemed to flush at that moment. Was she embarrassed or nervous? Antonio wondered as his gaze continued to enjoy the sight before him. She radiated vitality that enticed him. There was just something about her that resonated with him, and that pleased him very much. "Yes, of course." Miriam paused for a moment, and as if eyeing her up and down, surreptitiously she moved in closer to Lucy. "Oh, wait a minute," Miriam said as she reached into her satin clutch purse and pulled out a handkerchief. She then moved closer to Lucy's hemline near her bosom. "Oh, there," she said, wiping something off, perhaps an imaginary stain. Antonio held Miriam's arm and gently pulled her back. "I believe you will be making an announcement soon," Antonio said with an underlying chill. Miriam flushed. "Yes, Antonio. I'll be going then. Nice to meet you, Lucy." Miriam made her way through the crowd. "I apologize for my assistant, or soon-to-be former assistant's behavior," Antonio murmured. "She's apparently a little insecure at times." "Oh, no worries. Actually, I didn't notice anything strange. She seems really helpful." Antonio could tell Lucy was embarrassed by her expression and redness of her cheeks, but her reaction brought a delightful warmth to him. Lucy had class. She certainly knew how to brush off an embarrassing situation and let it slide off like water off a recently waxed car. Antonio was becoming more fascinated by Lucy each and every time he met her. He was always a good judge of character, and the way a person reacted in a negative situation was a greater testimony than the way he reacted in a positive one. It wasn't how you treat your friends that makes you a powerful person. It's the way you treat your enemies, with compassion. That revealed a lot about a person's heart. Just then, a ballad began to lilt through the speakers and many guests took the center of the dance floor. "May I have this dance?" Antonio asked Lucy. Lucy hesitated. I've never danced like In this situation, in a formal... Antonio grinned. Don't worry, he teased her. We're not doing the waltz. I'll take the lead. Just follow. Lucy's heart thumped erratically. She was all thumbs or toes when it came to dancing, even slow dancing. Heck, she really didn't think she would have to dance at the Diamond Ball. What if she tripped over her floor-length gown and ripped the seams off, and had to have Miriam come rushing to the rescue with her needle and thread that was probably stashed away in her clutch purse? Breathe deeply, Lucy. It's only a dance. But that wasn't the only thing that was making her heartbeat thump hard in her throat. Antonio Romero. My God. She was getting up close and personal with the most eligible bachelor at the ball. He asked her to dance. Her. After fretting, she heard the song playing. It was that beautiful ballad again, Lost in Your Eyes by Debbie Gibson. What an uplifting love song. The melody was one of the prettiest she'd ever heard. If that sultry serenade couldn't tame a beast, Lucy didn't know what could. Lucy's body was heating up. She could not do this. How could she slow dance for the first time in her life with a hot, sought-after billionaire in the presence of hundreds of affluent guests? This was utterly insane. She was going to trip and fall and make a complete ass of herself. She didn't slow dance, but she dare not tell Antonio this. Once in elementary school, a boy named Peter asked her to dance and she complied, only to accidentally step on his bad foot. Long story short, neither of them knew what they were doing. They both became the laughingstock of the school, and Peter had to have an operation on his foot, though minor, later that week. Of course, she hadn't known beforehand that he had a serious issue with his baby toe. Lucy felt so awful and hadn't even bothered since. Besides, it wasn't as if she went to her prom or had any invitations to go formal dancing since that time. Antonio was different, of course. This situation was 1,000,000,000 times different. Antonio was hot and charming, and really knew his way around women and social settings of high class. Antonio looked Lucy over seductively, and her nipples hardened under his touch of her hand as he guided her to the center of the dance floor. He was dripping with delicious charm, and this man really oozed powerful sex. She could feel the sexual magnetism between them. She genuinely could, and this was not her imagination at play. She could see it in his eyes. It reflected his soul. She was lost in his dark, enchanting eyes. Lucy found herself studying Antonio's tall, muscular frame and his sexy profile. He was angelic in every way imaginable, built like a Greek god. He looked dazzling in his formal black attire and filled out nicely with his broad, athletic shoulders and his height. God, he towered over her, and yet she wore her 6-inch heels. Antonio wore a rich black, single-breasted tuxedo dinner jacket with satin facing and neatly pressed matching trousers, a la sexy, dangerous James Bond. There wasn't a crease in his attire. He was immaculate. He sported a crisp white shirt with a black bow tie to match his lapel facings. Hot. Very nice ensemble, she whispered breathlessly. Thank you, Antonio murmured in a deep, rich, silky voice that made her spine tingle. A delicious shudder heated her body, and she licked her lips. Antonio's sexiness captivated her every time she was close to him. She glanced down briefly while making sure she did not step on her dress, and noted his black, highly polished, expensive leather footwear. She knew what to look for and appreciate, because she studied menswear while working with clothing designers for her wedding planning agency with regards to the reception dance room events they'd hosted in the past. And oh,
French cuffs. She adored French cuffs on a man. There was something rich and sophisticated about a man in that style shirt. When the lyrics of the song came on to Something's There We Can't Deny, Lucy's heart fluttered in her chest. Her belly tingled with 1,000 tiny butterflies. Waves of excitement washed through her body and coursed through her veins. To take her mind off feeling nervous around Antonio, she briefly glanced around at the marvelous ballroom. It looked more enormous than she previewed on the internet. This would be a perfect setting for a wedding reception. The ballroom exuded grandeur. She loved the stunning 2-tier design of the hall. She could see silhouettes of people standing on the upper level looking down at the dance floor. She noted the musician section over by the left side, and there was also some sort of gift table. Perhaps that gift table was where the organizers arranged to host the upcoming prize draw. Lucy was taken away by the high ceiling, the eye-catching gold-leafed ceiling with the magnificent crystal chandelier, the soft colors and ambient lighting of the room, if she could call it that, made for a truly romantic fest. She felt like an honored guest. Maxine was right. Lucy was glad she'd changed her mind about going and showed up. Speaking of Maxine, Lucy wondered where she was. Probably chatting with a hot guest, no doubt. "You seem nervous," Antonio murmured into her ear, interrupting her thoughts. His deep, silky voice sliced through her. A sense of inadequacy gnawed at Lucy. Oh, why didn't she accept those dance lessons offered gratis from one of their contractors? A sense of inadequacy gnawed at Lucy. She was extended an invitation from Dazzling Dance Studios, a client her wedding planning agency used to teach grooms and brides how to prepare for their big day, if they so choose that option in their wedding package, so that they hit it off at their reception while dressed at their best. A surge of heat rushed through her. She would have been treated to lessons in ballroom dancing, salsa, West Coast swing, Argentine tango, Latin, and even the country two-step. Silly girl. That's what she got for being too busy to socialize and have fun beyond work. Maxine begged her to go along. For the longest time. Now Lucy was about to have her first lesson in front of witnesses, and the hot Mr. Romero. "I'm not nervous," she denied, biting down on her lip. She noticed that Antonio's hungry gaze slid towards her lips, and she tingled between her thighs. "I must stop doing that." "Good." He grinned, then slid his soft hand over hers. "You're far too beautiful to be nervous." Lucy's knees weakened at his tender touch and soothing words. Antonio slid his right hand around her left hip side, then towards the center of her middle back. His left hand gently took her right hand and moved it towards his shoulder. He stood close, facing her, and she could not help but blush. Heat raced to her throat and to her cheeks. Was it hot all of a sudden? No. It was Antonio who was sizzling. Her heart raced like mad in her chest. Lucy was terrified and thrilled at the same time. Was he aware of that? Oh God, how embarrassing would that be? She sure hoped he wasn't as perceptive as she thought he was. "I can do this. It's only a dance." Yeah, right. With the hottest bachelor she'd ever met in her life. Lucy met his gaze again, oblivious to the others in the ballroom. Heck, she couldn't care less who was watching her. The most important person right now was Antonio. She felt the firmness of his hand on her back as he held her snug as if they'd been lovers. Oh my. Soon they were both swaying and moving to the music as they slow danced to Lost in Your Eyes, which then broke into a string quartet version. All Lucy could think about as he grinded his hard hips into hers was this man can move. She had read somewhere that the way a man moves on the dance floor says a lot about how good he can move in the bedroom. Fire scorched through Lucy's blood at the thought. This man is sex. He is the embodiment of sexiness. Antonio was an expert in his movements and in taking the lead. Thank heavens for that. He whispered in her ear on occasion and told her she was doing very well and how gorgeous she was. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on, inside and out. Lucy was gushing inside, wavering with self-consciousness. Was he just saying that? Had it been the intoxicating atmosphere of the dance floor, or did it come from the heart? Right then and there, she knew that she was also sedated from the music. Lucy felt pleasantly seduced by his soulful movements, his touch and his aura. But what about Monday night? He was all hot and heavy with her then and cooled her off like a slab of ice the next day. An adorable, boyish grin touched the corner of his lips. His palms were getting sweaty from her bungled nerves. Lucy had stopped breathing momentarily. She was only inches away from Antonio's sweet lips, but she felt the solid hardness of his manhood pressing against her inner thigh as they grinded their hips vertically on the dance floor. If only I could taste your lips again. Oh, God. Kiss me, Antonio. Kiss me again. Please. His cologne tantalized her nostrils, and she was dizzy with excitement. She was enjoying her first real slow dancing experience with Antonio. The image of Antonio releasing her from her ball gown and pressing his lips to her naked skin slipped inside her mind, causing her heartbeat to escalate. It was a wonder she didn't have a heart attack from all the heart racing. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment and reopened them, hoping the image would vanish. She didn't want it to, but she sure didn't want to raise her hopes for nothing. Lucy didn't know what had gotten into her, but the urge to rest her head on his chest as they continued to dance was overpowering her. As if he could read her mind, Antonio pulled her close, and she nestled her head on his tuxedo. I want you, Lucy, he whispered in her ear. His breath was warm on her skin, and she felt a light sensation. Lucy pulled her head away from him momentarily and gazed longingly into his dark eyes. What? Her voice was oddly hoarse. She could not believe what he just whispered into her ear. Was it her imagination, or did he say what she thought he said? I need you, Lucy. I need you now. His voice was raspy in her ears. The first silly thought that slid into her mind was, what type of lingerie am I wearing underneath my gown? She often didn't wear sexy lace panties unless it was a special occasion. Thankfully, she did tonight, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I want you too. She could not tell him this, and her startled gaze must have put him off. Great going on ruining the moment, Lucy. Once the music stopped, Antonio pulled away from her slightly and lifted her right hand to his lips and kissed the back of her hand so sophisticatedly. The feeling of ecstasy raced through her blood from the soft touch of his lips. She wanted him. She wanted Antonio now. Her body was begging for him to touch her body. The thought of him being inside her dominated her whole being, and it was driving her crazy. Thank you for this dance. He had finished his moment of seduction. A grin curled the corner of his lips. What was he thinking? What was on his mind? Lucy wondered ferociously. Was Antonio trying to smooth-talk her into seeing things his way, where his grandfather's wedding was concerned? Was he playing a game with her? Or was she going crazy out of her mind? May I escort you to your table? He offered. I don't really have a table. Actually, she was sure that staff from Dream Weddings Inc. was seated at table 17, come to think of it, but the words would not depart from her lips.
She wanted to say, "Take me anywhere you want to take me." As if he could read her mind, Antonio took her hand and guided her through the crowded ballroom dance floor and up the steps of the stairwell. They moved away from the noise of the gala event and walked through a cordoned-off corridor leading towards the main house. "Where are we going?" she whispered, dizzy with anticipation and excitement. They walked through an area that reminded her of an art gallery with fancy paintings adorning the walls and a plush Persian rug cushioning their footsteps. It all seemed so surreal. She was with Antonio Romero, alone. Lucy nervously clutched her purse in front of her as the bottom of her ball gown swept the floor while she hurried to keep up with Antonio. "Somewhere more quiet," he murmured. She noticed Antonio's eyes seductively traced her silhouette as he stole a sideways glance in her direction as they walked. That nagging sense of inadequacy swept over Lucy. What was with her? Why was she suddenly nervous? She bit her lower lip anxiously. She wanted this. She had been fantasizing about being with Antonio for so long. She wanted him more than ever. But she felt so unprepared. It wasn't as if she'd done this many times before. Oh, could she possibly live up to his standards, whatever his standards were? Oh, to hell with it. She was going to be with him. She had already decided that the moment he gently eased her onto the dance floor and seduced her vertically. She just hoped, prayed that nothing would interrupt their closeness tonight. "Okay, everyone," Miriam announced as she held the microphone to her lips. "We are going to have the next prize draw for those holding a lucky ticket." The crowd gathered in her direction as she stood by the musical section and in front of the prize table. "Now, as you all are aware, when you received the invitation to the Diamond Ball and RSVP'd, there was a number in the invite, and you were notified that all invitees would be eligible to win a door prize." The guests murmured excitedly. The music had already stopped, so all attendees would be able to hear. "Now, the ticket stub I have here belongs to..." She fumbled with a card that she had pulled out of the glass draw box. She almost got her hand stuck in the opening. Many of the guests cheerfully prodded her on, eagerly anticipating winning one of the prestigious door prizes from the Diamond Ball. They were famous for giving away many luxury gifts, from a new sports model car, a newly built cottage, all expense-paid vacations, and a grant of up to $50,000 to be used in a business venture startup, a scholarship to the university of the winner's choice, or cash. Many visitors attended for the prestige and excitement, but the generosity of the Romeros was staggering compared with many other balls and charity functions. Oftentimes, Miriam thought the Romeros were far too generous and far too kind, but she realized that it wasn't her decision to make. "Well, let me see here." Miriam hesitated. She paused for a moment and narrowed her eyes. She realized that all eyes were fixed on her, and she quickly changed her expression. "Lucy Shillerton." She heard a shout from the audience, but it could not have been Lucy, could it? She thought she saw that girl leave with Antonio after the slow dance. Not that she was spying on or stalking them. It was just so obvious that she was making a fool of herself trying to seduce poor, unsuspecting Antonio on the dance floor, in the middle of the ball, in front of all of these elite girls. Miriam tasted bitterness in her mouth at the thought, but stopped herself. She knew Lucy Shillerton would be trouble the moment she'd met her. But still, Antonio's a big boy, she consoled. Why, surely he could take care of himself from gold-digging opportunists. Why was Miriam worrying? She'd been around to protect his father, and she would do anything she could to ensure that he didn't get himself wrapped up with the wrong type of girl, much less distracted from the family business. Soon Miriam realized that the call came out from a girl who worked with Lucy at the agency. She'd been introduced to her earlier that evening as Maxine. Miriam's eyes scanned the room and she raised the microphone to her lips again. Lucy Shillerton? Lucy, are you here? Everyone looked around and shrugged their shoulders. Lucy Shillerton, are you here? Chapter 11. It's beautiful, Lucy commented as Antonio led her into a spacious guest room on the ground floor of the West Wing. It's okay, Antonio murmured as he closed the French doors behind them. Finally, they were alone. At least for now. Lucy didn't think she could breathe again. Her heart was pounding fiercely in her chest. The thrill of anticipating what was to come overpowered her. Breathe, Lucy, breathe. Antonio looked even more ravishing in the dimly lit presidential-like suite. She quickly looked around, trying not to fall into a trance from his penetrating gaze. Nice. Do presidents come to stay here? He grinned. Presidents of companies, yes. Oh. Can I get you anything? Just you. No, I'm good, thanks. Antonio leaned into Lucy and gently pulled her closer to him. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, Lucy, he said, tilting her chin up slightly so that he could gaze into her eyes. He seemed to carefully survey her features, and a grin of approval touched his eager lips. You have? She whispered. Why does that surprise you? He asked in a hoarse voice. You're a very beautiful woman, Lucy. Surely you must know that deep inside. I realize that baggage of humility you like to carry with you can be overbearing. But any man who doesn't see how gorgeous you are has to have something seriously wrong with him. Nervously, Lucy chuckled. If only Jeff could hear that. Who hurt you? He said, his tone shifting dangerously cold. It was as if the warmth of the moment had chips of ice thrown in. What makes you think someone's hurt me? She said, breathless, close to his lips. He pulled away and his eyes searched her countenance. I'm good at reading facial expression, Lucy, even if someone tries to deceive me. I noticed a change in your eyes when I told you that a man has to have something seriously wrong with him to not appreciate you. It's that obvious, huh? Lucy nervously tried to brush it off. What happened? She really didn't want to go into it with him. She felt as if she could trust him, but she really didn't know if she could open up about that night. The night she found out she had been duped by her ex's cheating behind. It doesn't matter. It's over. Right now, I care about now. Fine. But eventually I will know who did this to you. Who did what to me? Made you doubt yourself. Second-guess yourself. The man who made you believe that you were not good enough for him or any other man. I can see it in you, Lucy. Whoever it was that shattered your self-confidence isn't worth a damn. Thanks, Antonio, but it's over. It really is. She didn't want to bring up what had happened to him then either. Antonio loosened his bow tie and unbuttoned his tux jacket as he paced the grand suite. She could see the outline of his muscular chest through his shirt. He must be ripped underneath all of that. She moved over to the bed and sat down. Over to the side, she admired the marble fireplace. It gave the room a cozy appeal. She also noted that there was a seat section with 2 recliners facing each other by the fireplace, and by the far left, a maple door opened to what appeared to be a gorgeous ensuite bathroom. She was even stunned to see a tiny bar area in the room and a mini fridge. It was as if this was a VIP hotel suite rather than a private room in a massive mansion. She guessed the Romeros thought of everything. So this is how the other side lives. Nice. She peeked at the shiny marbled floor inside it and a viney green plant. God, this was beautiful. Lucy felt so out of her element. Not even the finest hotel suites she'd seen on her business travels came close to this room. In fact, this entire suite could have been her studio apartment. The ceiling-to-floor windows in the bedroom were opulently covered with plush drapes, and another prestigious painting hung over the wall by the fireplace. The bed was the biggest she'd ever seen. It was a 4-poster bed and must have been larger than king-sized. But looking at Antonio, it wasn't surprising that he'd chosen a large bed even if it was for guests. Perhaps he'd spent some time in there too, when he didn't feel like going up to his own room or his penthouse. Heck, he could really have any room in this mansion, couldn't he? An uneasy thought plowed through Lucy's brain. Was she the first person he'd taken there? Were there others before her who enjoyed being pleasured in this room by Antonio? She immediately squashed the thought from her mind. She didn't want to ruin the moment with insecure thoughts of what might have been. She was going to live in the present and enjoy the gift of the moment. Antonio had gone into the bathroom to splash his face with water before drying it with a towel. For a moment, he paused over the sink, as if his mind was darkly preoccupied. Outside the room, a heaviness settled over Lucy's mind. Had he changed his mind about her? Oh God, she hoped not. He then came back out as if nothing had bothered him. His mood seemed to mellow slightly. Antonio reached over to the table and grabbed a remote control and pointed it at a set of speakers. The iPod system in the room played a seductive ballad called Tonight Is Right by Keith Washington. Oh, talk about setting the mood. Antonio made his way over to the fridge and scooped up what seemed to be a tiny piece of ice from the freezer and slid it inside his mouth. What was he doing? Come here, he whispered throatily as he snaked his strong arm around her waist when she complied. Electricity pulsed from his touch to her body. Oh, Antonio. The thought of being with Antonio set her afire. A sense of urgency and want surged inside her. She ran her hand up his strong, hard, muscled biceps. She could tell he was fit under his suit. She melted under the heat of his seductive gaze. Those dark, beautiful eyes of his. Antonio was dripping with charm and sexiness. As she pressed her body to his, she felt the hardness of his erection behind a zipper. His manly cologne drove her crazy. The way he made her body feel was intoxicating. Could she really do this? Would she have the strength to consummate this affair? Hot. She was ablaze and needed him now like she needed air to breathe. Oh, Antonio, she murmured huskily as he lowered his head to hers. When Lucy parted her lips and arched her back, Antonio slowly pressed his soft, hot lips to her neck and erotically sucked on her flesh before kissing the area. His lips caressed the nape of her neck, sending shivers of delight down her spine. He then moved his mouth to her lips and slid his tongue inside. Oh my God. So that was what he had in mind, putting ice chips in his mouth. Lucy felt the heady sensation of the melted ice in his mouth. The stimulation of the chill on her body sent her senses rocketing. Antonio really knew how to set a woman on fire. Lucy never experienced such a dizzying sensation before. He kissed her in more places than one. His lips trailed to the sensitive part of her neck and down her arm to her inner elbow, and her pulse jumped. Her body trembled with an uncontrollable want. She tingled and throbbed between her legs by a sensual, erotic foreplay. Oh, Antonio was so good with his sexually powerful lips. His cologne also had a soothing effect on her. He sucked on her lower lip, then slid his tongue inside her parted lips. Antonio's lips tasted of sweet red wine, his tongue of delicious mint, fresh and clean. Lucy's breathing became labored. She'd never desired a man as much as she desired Antonio. She thought she was going crazy out of her mind if he didn't get intimate with her. Her head was spinning out of control. They were alone, in a romantic bedroom, just the two of them. Oh my God. Meanwhile, back in the ballroom, Miriam was growing frustrated. Okay, I'm going to make one more announcement, and if no one comes forward, we'll move on to the next prize. Lucy Shillerton, are you here? Please come immediately to the podium to see what you have won. Lucy Shillerton. She pressed her lips together as she glanced around the ballroom. Very well. We'll have to move on to the next prize. Miriam thought it was odd that Lucy would suddenly disappear, and there was no sign of Antonio either. But she was not about to let that go so easily. Chapter 12. The anticipation of what was to come made Lucy dizzy with desire. She was overwhelmed. Secretly, she wondered if she was okay underneath her garment. Was everything in place? Should she hold her tummy in when he stripped off her gown? Thank God she was wearing her sexiest, most expensive undergarments. Antonio's erotic touch sent Lucy's pulses racing, spinning out of control. He continued to pleasure her with the expert touch of his soft lips and the twirl of his tongue. It gave French kissing a delightful new meaning. God, you have no idea what you do to me, Lucy. He moaned into her neck, breathing hard as he sucked on her soft skin. Blood pumped hard to her inner thighs. Lucy's pulse roared in her ears. She groaned from the erotic pleasure. She felt a cool draft at her back, realizing that somehow he smoothly unzipped her dress, leaving her exposed. How did he do that so fast? He was slick with his hands, she noted. Lucy's heart pumped hard and fast. Before long, her emerald green ball gown was heaped on the floor at her feet. She stepped out of her dress, and Antonio pulled her onto the silk bedspread. There he was on top of her. His fully loaded kiss made her forget her name, or who she was, or where she was. She felt as if she would faint from the pleasure to which her body was treated. Her nipples tightened as Antonio slowly unhooked her lace bra before pulling it down, exposing her hard, round nipples. He gazed into her eyes. You're so beautiful, Lucy. He breathed, his voice so hoarse she barely recognized it. Antonio then lowered his head to her bosom. His lips ravaged her breasts, and he slowly tantalized her hard bud with his lips, sucking on her nipple before moving to her other breast. Lucy arched her back on the bed and grasped the sheets. The sensuous brush of his lips on her breasts sent signals of desire rushing through her veins. Oh, Antonio, she cried out as the touch of his lips sent her blood pumping. Lucy shuddered with delight as a low moan caught in her throat. The heat between her thighs was so overwhelming she thought she couldn't wait any longer to go all the way with Antonio. Oh, God, she cried out. You feel so good. She savored the feeling of intense pleasure with Antonio. She didn't have a care in the world at the moment. Her thoughts were with his. Her thoughts were she was his. She wanted Antonio, and he wanted her. He wanted to pleasure her as much as she desired to do the same to him. Antonio continued to delight Lucy as he moved his lips down her belly, sucking on her navel before sliding lower, while she writhed with ecstasy beneath him. He removed her lacy panties, and she dug her hands into the firmness of his strong arms. She then moved her fingers to his head and slid them through his dark, silky hair as she continued to be sated. Lucy spread her legs apart to give Antonio better access, groaning in delight. He French kissed her sex with a hungry passion. This caught Lucy by pleasant surprise. She'd never been fulfilled there before. She didn't know what to expect. His soft tongue slid in between her wet, swollen folds, twirling and circling until she came with a sweet, orgasmic tremble, arching her back and moaning in satisfaction. "Oh, God!" Lucy moaned in pleasure, breathless. After another jolt of sweet release, she cried out his name. Antonio was hot. The man rocked her world in ways she never could have imagined. Where did he learn to be such a skilled, erotic lover? She was still buzzing from the sensual experience of feeling his tongue between her legs. Her body was trembling. Antonio then shifted position and got up, breathing hard. She could see the tented erection through his pants. He gazed longingly into her eyes, and a warm smile touched his lips. He seductively swept his eyes over her nakedness, and her body tingled everywhere. He seemed to be admiring her curvaceous form. "Oh, God, I'm naked. He can see my naked body fully exposed. He is enjoying this." The thought fueled a sexually powerful urge within her. It was highly empowering, more than she ever would have thought watching him admiring her body and her defined curves. She had always been self-conscious about having a little extra weight and not being a supermodel size, but Antonio made her feel as if she were a precious treasure. She could feel the soulful appreciation in his dark, deliciously sexy gaze. He wants me. Me. Still, she was grateful that the low lighting of the room created a warm, romantic ambiance. The beautiful ballad On the Wings of Love by Jeffrey Osborne played on the iPod. She was memorizing the gorgeous physique of Antonio's hot body as he removed his attire. Her body was highly aroused as she trembled with desire. God, he really knew how to turn on a woman and keep her fire stoked. He reached into the pocket of his dinner jacket that was tossed on the bedside and pulled out a shiny silver-foiled package. A condom. Oh, thank God. She hadn't thought of carrying one in her purse because it wasn't as if she'd ever planned to get some anytime soon. For a fleeting second, Lucy respected that he was in control and sensible enough to never take chances. They really were going all the way, and there would be nothing to stop them. Nothing. By the time he unzipped his pants and exposed his tented silk boxers, Lucy was heated to the boiling point, ready to explode if he wasn't inside her soon. Oh my God. Antonio really did have a well-sculpted body beneath his clothes, as she had imagined. Lucy gasped as she surveyed his Herculean physique. This man takes care of himself. Antonio was drop-dead gorgeous in every way. Her heart turned over in response to seeing him almost naked. His dark, toned, muscular build and well-defined body was impressive, to say the least. There wasn't an inch of fat anywhere. He obviously worked out a lot in the gym. Her eyes devoured his broad shoulders and defined biceps and his impressive six-pack. Oh my. He had a real six-pack. She'd only seen stuff like that in sports magazines with certain athletes or bodybuilders. Not the large type, but the medium to lean-built athletes who made it a point to sculpt their physique. Lucy felt a little intimidated by the sex god in front of her, but that melted away when she saw a smile of approval and that look that warmed her heart. Antonio was devilishly handsome. He had the smoothest skin she'd ever seen, and a radiant glow about him. As the heat of expectancy filled her, Antonio moved closer to her and pressed his lips to hers again as he devoured her in the bed. She dug her fingers into his naked flesh. He then shifted his position and stripped off his boxers. Lucy's eyes widened. Oh, God. Something wrong? He teased her in a hoarse voice, a wicked grin on his lips. No, everything's right. she whispered sheepishly, feeling the scorching heat rise to her cheeks and to her nether region. Lucy secretly wondered if she could really accommodate Antonio's huge manhood. He certainly was blessed with porn star proportions. Nature had been good to him, she observed with delight. Right then, Lucy wanted him inside her. She wanted to pleasure him with moistness between her lips, the same way he pleasured her moments ago. She lowered her head to his impressive manhood and wrapped her fingers around his long, hard shaft before taking him into her mouth. He tasted sweet, she thought with delight as she motioned her tongue around his hardness, while moving her hand up and down his length simultaneously. She enjoyed the low groans of delight as he reacted to her soft tongue over his flesh. She could tell that she was close to bringing him to release, but then he stopped her. His voice was hoarse when he told her he wanted to be inside her. "Yes, make love to me, Antonio." After she pleasured his body to the brink of orgasm, Antonio ripped open the condom packet and rolled it over his long erection. He was ready to take her to ecstasy. Antonio was on top of her now, and Lucy moaned uncontrollably as he slid deep inside her between her thighs, thrusting his manhood firmly and powerfully as she tightened around him. Her hands tightened around his back as he moved inside her back and forth, over and over, sending sexual currents through her. Lucy couldn't believe how good Antonio felt. She cried out for more as he gratified her sexually. This was the craziest, mind-blowing sex she'd ever experienced in her entire life. Not that she had much experience to begin with. What had she been missing out on? Her heart pumped fast and hard as she came. Soon after, Antonio came before collapsing on top of her, breathing heavily. She relished in the drowsy warmth of his embrace, savoring the moment. She was feeling deeply satisfied and richly desired while Luther Vandross's hauntingly beautiful ballad, So Amazing, played through the speakers. Yes, Lucy concurred with truly, it's amazing. It's so amazing to be loved. Now the only feeling drifting through Lucy, as she lay on top of Antonio's muscular chest, listening to his strong heart beating rhythmically, was that Antonio was amazing. He made her feel amazing, and she didn't want it to end. Ever. Chapter 13. Antonio was incredible, Lucy thought to herself, waking up a short time after they'd made hot, passionate love. She turned her head to glance his way and saw that he looked like he was dreaming in his sleep. A sexy grin curled his lips. She admired the beauty of his dark, long lashes as he lay with his eyes closed. He's stunning. She wondered what time it was. Her eyes caught the display of the digital clock on the bedside table. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Mon Dieu! Why was she thinking in French all of a sudden? Was it because it was the language of romance? She quickly got up off the bed and gathered her clothes from the floor, her long satin ball gown. What had she done? She was supposed to have attended the charity ball, then leave that evening, not the next morning from Antonio Romero's bed. But it was what she dreamed about for so long. Antonio Romero. He looked as if he was in a deep sleep, and she didn't want to wake him. Not just yet, anyway. The naughty thoughts of last night's remarkable sexual adventure were more than overwhelming. Lucy was grinning from ear to ear. The memory of his silky touch on her skin left her feeling on top of the world. Incredible. Just as Lucy headed to the ensuite bathroom, she stopped dead in her tracks. She thought she heard the sound of feet shuffling outside the door. It must have been her imagination. She carefully walked closer to the door, and her heart flipped in her chest. She spotted a shadow underneath the door, but that shadow vanished. The corridor lights were on outside, so it was obvious to her she wasn't imagining things. Her stomach churned with anxiety. Was someone spying on us? Lucy squashed the thought from her mind. No, that wasn't possible. Who could have possibly known Antonio and she would be there, together? Lucy drew in a deep breath and continued to the bathroom to shower. An hour later, Lucy and Antonio sat down in the breakfast nook near the kitchen. You didn't have to do this, Antonio, Lucy said, grinning. She was seated before a plate of delicious scrambled eggs and crisp bacon with fresh slices of tomato. A breakfast fit for a queen, compliments of her gracious host, or a new boyfriend. It was my pleasure, Antonio said, looking stunning, wearing his dress pants and undershirt, showing off his rippling biceps. Only moments ago, those strong arms of his were wrapped around Lucy, making passionate love to her. This is so delicious, Antonio. The eggs are fluffy and tasty. I had no idea you could cook.
It's only breakfast.
Not the way you prepare it. A lot of love went into this. I can tell. Antonio tilted his head back and laughed.
You're too funny, Lucy. You act as if you've never had breakfast in bed before, or had anyone make you a meal.
I haven't, she said, looking down at her plate. She tried not to kill the mood and perked herself up. That was the least she could do since Antonio was being nothing but overwhelmingly attentive to her. Well, I figured you had the staff tend to those mundane duties like making meals, she continued.
Please. I'm not sure what impressions you have of my family, Lucy, but I can assure you, we take care of ourselves and those we care about.
Those we care about. Lucy loved the sound of that. Come to think of it, Jeff had never cooked her breakfast or anything, ever. It felt so good to be pampered for a change. She was always the one to do the pampering. Not that it did much good in her past relationship. Chapter 14. Later that day, Lucy sat at her desk in her office at Dream Weddings, Inc., sipping on her French vanilla latte. She had a mound of paperwork to go through, but oddly enough, her mood wasn't as dark as it had been during the week. She ran over the events of the morning in her mind, and a smile warmed her heart. She couldn't help but feeling mellow inside. She was feeling dizzy with excitement. She felt so on top of the world. Love did that to a girl. Antonio Romero. Had she fallen, God forbid, in love with Antonio? She couldn't have, but she cared so deeply for him. Her mind was dominated with thoughts of him with her, inside her, around her. What were these feelings she had for him nestled in the cushion of her heart? Love. She was like a schoolgirl again, or more realistically, she was more like a girl who had fallen head over shoes in love, since she actually hadn't fallen in love in school. She had never had feelings like this for Jeff or anyone else for that matter. Lucy gave Antonio her whole heart. Would he give her his? She knew Antonio cared deeply for her. He told her so many times when they'd made love last night, and the way he looked at her and treated her with such high regard and respect. And the way he lovingly made her breakfast this morning and told her he wanted to make sure she had proper nutrition going into work today. Breakfast was the most important meal of the day, yet she had skipped it so many times to begin a grueling, long day. No wonder she was always spent by noon. It was nice having someone fuss over her for a change, and more importantly, someone who cared about her and wasn't afraid to show his feelings to her. He took her home early that morning and made sure that she was okay before tending to a business meeting at his office. It was midday and she would be expecting Maxine to come in any moment. Maxine had a meeting with a vendor dealing with the upcoming mud-style wedding couple. So far, everything was in place and safety measures were set. Yes, even mud weddings needed to have safety measures in place. Not even that bothered Lucy. Lucy also had a productive meeting with the legal team regarding that dreadful $12 million lawsuit the company was facing. On advice of her bookkeeper, she decided to not get an ulcer over it and let the powers that be handle it. That legal mess had torn Lucy up when she had first heard about it, but the matter was out of her hands, and dealing with her current clients and making sure the business ran as smoothly as possible was at the top of her list of priorities. Besides, the case could take forever in the court system, which would give her enough time to gather the right documents and help her company's defense team. She had to make sure not to dishonor her aunt's memory, even though that disastrous wedding occurred while on her aunt's watch. Then another thought struck Lucy. She and Antonio had been so busy in each other's love that they hadn't even brought up the whole wedding fiasco with Tony's dream Funbird's wedding to his young bride. Had Antonio changed his mind? Would he call off his silly little ultimatum to shut her down if she didn't find a way to cancel Tony's dream wedding? She understood how much he loved his grandfather and wanted to ensure he was not taken advantage of, and that no harm would come to his health in any way by planning such a risky ceremony. But really, he needed to look at things from his grandfather's perspective. His granddad was in love, and Antonio needed to accept it. Why, surely now that Antonio and she were seeing each other, he would understand and mellow his temperament towards Shelley, his soon-to-be step-grandmother.
Well, look who's sitting pretty at her desk.
Maxine burst into Lucy's office with a wide grin. Lucy rolled her eyes and smiled. Good afternoon, Maxine. How did it go at Robertson Hall? She tried to dodge any insinuation.
Oh no, girlfriend,
Maxine persisted, pulling up a chair right in front of Lucy's desk.
You are going to spill the goods.
What goods?
You know what I'm talking about? You and Antonio.
Her eyes widened, excitement brimming over. Lucy sighed deeply. Her heart was fluttering around her chest again. Thoughts of Antonio did that to her. There's nothing to tell, Maxine.
Oh yeah, like heck. I saw you walk away with Mr. Hot and Sexy after that dirty dancing y'all did.
Dirty dancing?
Yes, you were grinding and swaying.
Maxine teased her as she swayed her hips in the chair.
Then that assistant of his called out your name after the prize draw and you weren't around. Where'd you sneak off to?
This was the first time Lucy heard any of this. What are you talking about? Anxiety seized her throat and tightened its hold around her windpipe.
The door prize, Lucy. You won. Your name was drawn, and when Miriam, I think, went to announce it, you and Mr. Hot Guy weren't around.
Maxine let out a cackle, clearly enjoying herself. Lucy felt feverish all of a sudden, so everyone knew that she wasn't at the ball very long. Oh God, how mortifying. Then another thought sent daggers to her heart. Did Miriam come looking for Lucy? Was she the one who was snooping outside the bedroom door after she and Antonio? Oh God.
Lucy, are you okay, girlfriend? You don't look too well.
I'm okay, Lucy eked out. She swallowed hard and looked down at the file in front of her, scooping it up in her hand as if to avoid talking any more about the possible fiasco. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. Her mood deflated in an instant. That week, Antonia and Lucy had managed to avoid talking about Tony Romero's upcoming nuptials as they spent more quality time together, getting to know each other and enjoy each other's company. She was amazed at all the interests they had in common. They caught a basketball game at the Air Canada Centre in downtown Toronto. Antonio also took Lucy to see Disney's The Lion King at the Princess of Wales Theatre. As crazy as it sounded, it had been the first time in years since she'd gone to see a live show. She talked about how much she really missed seeing Shakespearean plays, and Antonio took her to Stratford to see A Midsummer Night's Dream. It was always her dream. She sat cozied up beside Antonio, feeling so in love, so secure. She just realized that she had very little in common with her ex. They hardly went places together. It was amazing that they had gotten together in the first place. The only thing they had in common was that they worked at the same place of employment, but that was it, apparently. She thought she could never date someone who was so compatible with her on so many levels. Antonio and she just hung out together, enjoying each other's company. She thought to herself, she could really see herself spending the rest of her life with him. But that was a far-off dream. She wasn't going to raise her hopes just yet. But she sure was enjoying every moment with Antonio. At times he seemed preoccupied. He often had his phone ringing non-stop, as busy as he was, but he would always snap back to the moment with her. Antonio was called away on an out-of-town meeting in New York. "It will only take a day or two. I'll be back soon," he told her. It was weird feeling, but she hated to be away from him, even though they'd been unofficially dating for a short period. Short, but sweet and fulfilling. She wanted so much more from him, yet she knew they both had busy lives. She had a lot of upcoming wedding assignments to complete for her clients, especially her complex client, Tony Romero. "And don't go arranging this wedding for my grandfather while I'm gone," he told her, but his voice was not as threatening as it had been in the past. "I told you, Antonio, I'm not getting into that again with you." That was the only thing they hadn't agreed on. "I won't tell you how to run your business, and you won't tell me how to run mine," she reminded him before pressing her lips to him at the airport hangar before he left on his private plane to New York. The following week, Maxine sat in the office with Lucy going over some more last-minute details for an upcoming wedding gig for a client. Her mind ran on Antonio. Like, what else was new? She hadn't heard from Antonio in over a day and a half, which was odd since they'd spoken almost daily since the ball. She didn't want Antonio to feel as if she was crowding him in any way. She knew he had an upcoming bid on a large strip mall in a New York suburb. The municipality was giving him a hard time as it was. As much as she craved every part of him, Lucy wanted to take things at a reasonable pace. The last thing she wanted was to chase him away or suffocate him. Just then, their receptionist came bursting into her office. Why hadn't she pinged on the intercom? "Lucy, it's Shelley on the phone." "Shelley?" "Yes, Tony's wife. I mean fiancé. She's at the hospital. Tony had an MI." "An MI? What's that?" Lucy asked as horror crept into her voice. That didn't sound favorable, whatever it was. "I'm sorry." Darla shook her head. "I'm in nursing school part-time, so I sometimes revert to medical terminology." "Darla, what is that? What happened?" Maxine chimed in anxiously as she leaned forward in her chair, gaping at Darla. Why did Darla have to be so dramatic? "Myocardial infraction," Darla said as if they should know what that meant. "Didn't they watch TV?" Darla had the look of sorrow in her eyes. "He had a heart attack." Lucy felt the blood drain from her face. "What?" she cried out. She shot up from her chair, almost toppling it. "He suffered a big one. He's at the general in the ICU, intensive care unit." "Oh God, I hope he's all right. We have to go." "I don't think they'll let us in, not in the ICU. Only close family are allowed in," Darla explained apologetically. Lucy paced her office frantically. "Antonio, oh God, he must be going through hell." She picked up her cell phone to call him, but received a busy signal, which meant he probably had 2 calls coming in at the same time. "Listen," Lucy sighed. "Since Shelley called us, we'll have to go lend our support." Lucy's stomach sank to her knees. So Antonio had been right about not letting his grandfather get involved with a high-risk wedding ceremony. Oh God, what had she done? Why hadn't she listened to Antonio in the first place and canceled the whole darn thing in the beginning? When Lucy and Maxine arrived at the hospital on the 4th floor, they were seated outside in the visitor lounge. Shelley had already brought them up to date with the events of the morning. Lucy could not believe how quickly things could change in a heartbeat. Literally. She had spoken to Tony and Shelley early that morning to confirm details for the placements of their upcoming nuptials, and now this. Antonio was in the ICU with his grandfather. Lucy could see through the glass how broken and crushed he appeared. Guilt tore through Lucy. "Oh, Antonio, I'm so sorry for not listening to you. Please forgive me." Tears stung her swollen eyes as she sat there, trembling under the air-conditioned area. It was the end of September, yet the chill of early fall had already touched them. "Oh, why didn't I listen to you, Antonio? Maybe he would have been resting in his bed instead of dealing with last-minute details of his weird wedding adventure. Maybe the thought of being in a human slingshot got to him." Lucy hugged herself while she gazed through the glass partition of the ICU, hoping, wishing, praying that Tony would pull through. "You know, he told me he still wants to get married," Shelley cried into her tissues. "I told him I will always love him and it doesn't matter about a piece of paper." Shelley continued to sob as Lucy wrapped her arm around her. "It's okay. It'll be all right," Lucy consoled. Just then, the temperature of the visitor lounge dropped significantly again when Miriam walked in. She eyed Lucy with such contempt she could have frozen under the icy gaze. Miriam said nothing, but spoke to the nurse who came in and was later escorted into the ICU after gowning up. Lucy remembered Antonio mentioning that Miriam had been a faithful assistant to his father and in the family for decades. Perhaps that was why she had the right to go into the ICU as a family member. "Wow, she's really nice," Maxine commented. "Maxine, shh!" Lucy shot back. "She's probably upset about the whole situation." "So upset that she could not say hi? Is she blaming us?" "Maxine!" "Sorry." Maxine shrugged her shoulders and reached over to console Shelley. Then Maxine's words dawned on Lucy. Having a high-energy wedding ceremony planned would be a lot of excitement for an old man. Was Miriam really blaming Lucy for what happened to Tony? Chapter 15. The next few weeks were a blur. Lucy saw Antonio quite a bit during that period, but they spent time getting caught up with Tony's progress as he moved from the ICU to the coronary care unit, then to the medical ward. Antonio footed the bill for the best private care for his grandfather. Lucy had been as good a support as she could be while running her business. She also had the opportunity to speak with Tony. "I still want to do this, Lucy. Please help us make this happen. I want to marry Shelley. She's truly amazing," Tony pleaded. He was frail, but his spirits were soaring through any weakness. Lucy swallowed hard when Tony told her that from the hospital bedside. Antonio was standing close by, leaning against the wall, his hands shoved into his pockets and his chin tilted upwards. Did he even care about his grandfather's wishes, even if it might be his last wish? "Grandfather, you need to get some rest," was all Antonio uttered during that conversation, ignoring anything else that was said.
Later, his grandfather became slightly more confused as the hospital staff tried a different type of medication for his nerve pain.
"Well, that settles it,"
Antonio declared. That settles what? Lucy was confused.
"My grandfather is not in the right frame of mind to make any decisions, and I'm officially his POA.
POA? His power of attorney, dear. Do you not know what that means in this province? Miriam's wicked smirk grinded on Lucy's nerves. That means that all decisions pertaining to finance and living declarations are to be made by Antonio. Period. Okay, so? Lucy challenged.
"The wedding is off,"
Antonio announced so coldly that Lucy felt an icicle stab right through her heart. Chapter 16. Events the next day rendered Lucy gasping for air. She fixated on the email in front of her.
"Lucy, my apologies for communicating via electronic mail, but please understand, I think it is for the best. We should no longer see each other. I thank you for all that you were trying to do for my grandfather, but the matter has been settled. I also appreciate the time that we had together. Please do not try to communicate with me after this. Respectfully, Antonio Romero III, Romero Realty Corporation."
Respectfully? WTF? Lucy was fuming. She was boiling at a dangerously hot level. She could feel her blood sizzle in her veins. I hate Antonio. What was he thinking? Who was he to blindside me like that? What a creep. Lucy could feel her breath getting short as she hyperventilated. Oh God, she was going to lose control of her mind, of her faculties. She thought things were good between the two of them. She really believed they had a spectacular chemistry. She thought he was the one she could possibly spend the rest of her life with. She really thought the universe was giving her a second chance at love, at happiness with a man of her dreams, someone who cared so deeply about her, cherished her, empathized with her sorrows. Her mind flashed back on the day she'd told him about her dog Bailey dying, and how sorry he was, feeling her pain. What was that all about then? So she would not be getting a second chance at love as she had foolishly thought. Antonio used me. I will never, ever, ever trust a man again. Lucy's heart palpitated hard in her chest. Her lungs burned when she inhaled. Oh God, what was happening to her? She poured herself a glass of wine and flumped on her couch in her living area of her bachelor apartment, drowning her sorrows. She closed her eyes. I'm so through with the male species. You okay, cuz? Lucas turned to Antonio as they sat in the study at Romero Manor.
I'm fine.
No, you're not. Why don't you just call her? Antonio turned to Lucas, obviously perplexed.
Excuse me?
This is about the wedding planner girl. You're taking out all your anger over Granddad's health on Lucy.
I'm not having this conversation with you, Lucas. Oh, yes, you are, man. Lucas, I don't know what's gotten into you, but really, this is getting old fast. I have no time for your games.
You've been miserable since you stopped seeing each other. You two were so happy together. What's this going to Stratford and seeing shows and taking her to games? Come on, cuz. Since when have you really taken the time to mellow out like that or take a girl on a guy trip? I've never seen you so hung up on a girl.
A guy trip?
You know what I mean, cuz. You hang out at the court with someone who you can chill with, someone you can talk about anything and everything with. It's not every girl you can talk about the play-by-play on the court
or go sightseeing in the hills. You two really had me there for a moment. I thought you were both mad. But then I see you're madly in love and made for each other. Don't let her go over something that none of you have control over. You know Granddad is his own person. If it wasn't Lucy's agency, it would be some other agency. Lucas did have a point, but right now, Antonio was too messed up to even entertain the thought. He didn't know what was going on inside him right now. He was torn in every single direction. He was right about Lucy being so compatible with Antonio. The short time they spent together meant more than those hot dates he'd had in the past, with superficial women who only cared about the latest designer ensemble on the market. Lucy was passionate about wanting to get involved in everything he was involved in, not just his community work, but his quirky pastime hobbies. Still, he had a lot on his mind. He needed more time to sort out his own feelings and think things through. Right now, his grandfather's full recovery was high on his priority list. 4 weeks later, and Lucy still hadn't heard from Antonio. Not that she was really expecting an apology for breaking up with her via electronic mail. Heck, who spoke like that? It's email, stupid. She was having difficulty focusing on anything these days. It was crazy. She felt as if her mind was going. Antonio. He used her. There was no chemistry after all, except maybe the chemical imbalance in her brain, making her think she had found her soulmate. She sat in her office typing her latest contract, and perhaps her last. She was going to train Maxine to take over her aunt's business in the near future. She really didn't want to have anything to do with arranging asinine weddings for people too stupid in love to see that love didn't work one iota. She had already given Maxine the reins to guide the ambiguous wedding of their clients Crystal and Randy. "Well, this is it," Maxine bubbled as they drove up to the garden wedding party they helped plan. Or that Maxine helped arrange, all on her own. Lucy had no part of it. Everything seemed pleasing upon inspection. They both carried a clipboard to ensure that the flowers were properly displayed, and all the decorations were up to standards, and the waiters were present to serve the guests. The reception would also be in the garden. "I heard one of the guests is planning to get his vid up on YouTube. Think of the publicity." Maxine beamed. "Yeah, it would be great." Lucy tried to sound enthusiastic as Maxine felt, but it was no use. Antonio Romero. It had been over 2 months since they'd been seeing each other, and 4 weeks since that god-awful email he slapped her with. Emotionally slapped her in the face with. Lucy caved under Maxine's badgering and spilled to her what had happened between them, not to mention that infamous email. Maxine truly provided the support Lucy desperately needed at the time, and for that she would always be grateful. It wasn't as if she had many friends. Heck, her friends tended to be the ones she spent the most time with, like her colleagues. The nice ones, of course. "So, what is this theme?" Lucy said, glancing at her clipboard. "It doesn't say." "Oh, it's a dance theme. It should be fun." "Oh, okay. Cool," Lucy said in a low voice. They were both dressed in wedding guest attire, so they would at least fit in and blend in with the crowd as they surveyed the scene to make sure everything ran smoothly. They stood over to the side in front of rows of white chairs, and the altar nearby decorated in white roses. The sky was blue and the sun shone, though there was a slight chill in the autumn air. Lucy knew then that this would be the closest she would ever get to being in a wedding. She felt she would never become a bride. Ever. The feeling tore at her inside. Still, she was happy for Crystal and Randy, since this was what they wanted. Lucy grabbed a glass of water from the waiter walking by as the guests filled up the wedding area. The groom, Randy, walked down the aisle with his brother as soft music played. So far, so good. Then, the bridesmaids started in and the music changed to some dance hall sort of heavy beat song. It seemed so inappropriate, but Lucy shrugged her shoulders as she watched from the sidelines. 6 bridesmaids with knee-length dresses glided down the aisle calmly at first, then they broke out into a gymnastic-like dance. Lucy's eyes widened. One of the older guests started fanning herself, looking as if she would pass out at any moment. But then, it all went downhill. The bridesmaid, in tune with the heavy beats, started doing this phenomenon known as twerking, and Lucy almost choked on her drink and spurted out the wine that was in her mouth, coughing so hard that a waiter had to come by and attend to her. She saw another older guest cover the eyes of a young attendee. The older woman who was fanning herself fainted, while the elder gentleman beside her put on his glasses and started dancing too. He, at least, seemed to be enjoying the show. A commotion soon broke out as the bride in question came dancing down the aisle, but then she tripped over one of the twerking bridesmaids. "I'm dead. I'm so dead. Maxine is dead. She is so dead." It was a PR disaster, but since it was modern times dominated by social media, disasters could turn out to be a good thing. The next day, the video captured on the cell phone of a guest garnered 50,000 views and 3,000 thumbs up, 400 thumbs down. "Well, at least we got the publicity we needed," Maxine boasted the next day. "We don't need that kind of publicity, Maxine. Not like that." Was Lucy a fool to leave the agency to Maxine? But who else was enthusiastic about continuing her aunt's dream? "Okay, you can plan the next one," Maxine chimed in. "It's Mr. and future Mrs. Smithson, and they want a simple garden wedding. Nothing fancy, just beautiful, paradisiacal." "Okay, good. When are they getting married?" Lucy took her notepad and grabbed her pen as they sat in her office. "This one's a rush job. 2 weeks." "Fine. I'll be in charge. No one else." Chapter 17. Thank God this will be the last wedding I have to plan, Lucy thought. She was all too grateful for this day to come. The sun shone bright in the blue sky. It was much warmer than the previous fall days. Lucy was glad for that. Mr. and Mrs. Smithson would be so happy. She had met them last week for the first time since Maxine originally managed them, and they seemed so sweet and appreciative. Right, the checklist. Lucy glanced at her notepad and clipboard in her hand. She'd already spent the morning and the last 2 days obsessively checking the wedding day forecast. It was forecast to be a cloudless fall day, an unseasonably warm day at that. Lucky for the Smithsons. I wish it were me getting married. A longing so sharp and painful settled inside Lucy's heart, but she tried to squash the thought. It was a good thing this would be her last planned wedding. She confirmed securing necessary permits as well as a backup locality for the wedding ceremony and reception, in case it rained unexpectedly. Catering was organized, easy-to-access bathroom facilities was checked, and so was access to parking. The sound system was checked by the DJ, and they had a hard surface for the dance so that lady guests would not get their heels stuck in the grass. Not like that last twerking wedding disaster weeks ago. Lucy drew in a deep breath. She glanced around her surroundings. It was breathtaking. A gorgeous Edenic garden nestled near a wooded area outside of Toronto, belonging to a rich owner who was generous enough to allow them to use the facilities. Maxine located the venue when the Smithsons requested a specific setting. The trees looked angelic, adorned with warm fairy lights that created an inviting ambiance. So romantic, so soothing to the senses. Flowers of every kind decorated the area and lined the aisle leading up to the makeshift altar. Lace curtains were also present. It was spectacular. Lucy spun around and froze. She caught the silhouette of a tall, well-built man in a suit near one of the trees. Antonio Romero? No, it couldn't be. What was he doing here? If this was his property, she would be leaving like right now. She started to walk away. Perhaps it was her imagination. She'd been working so hard these past few days, training Maxine to take over while planning this wedding, amongst other things. Lucy. Antonio's deep, rich, silky voice called out to her from afar, and she stopped. Her breath labored, her heart pounded hard, fast, erratically in her chest. She thought it would explode. She spun around on her heels, the look of disdain evident on her face. I guess I deserve that, he said, moving closer to her. He seemed so much better looking than she remembered, but there was a 5 o'clock bad boy shadow that gave him edge she'd never seen him sporting before. I should have called you before today, he said in a low, deep voice. Should have called me. Lucy could barely contain herself. Last month, you left me that stupid email saying we shouldn't see each other anymore. I don't even think we should talk right now. I have a wedding to arrange. I'm sorry about that email, but I fired Miriam. What? What? What are you talking about, Antonio? Lucy's head was spinning. None of this made sense. What on earth does Miriam have to do with any of this? It was she who sent you that breakup email from my account. As my personal assistant, she had access to send messages on my behalf. Unfortunately, I didn't know until your friend Maxine contacted me recently. Apparently you shared that information with her about the message. Lucy froze. She was speechless. So it was Miriam who was the culprit. She squeezed her eyes shut, then reopened them. Disbelief clouded her mind. Why would Miriam go through so much trouble to ruin their relationship? How evil was that? I should have fired her a long time ago. She was always the jealous type. She's lucky that was the only legal action I took with her. But that's another matter. How have you been? His voice was low, seductive, and sincere, and brought that familiar shiver of delight down her spine. She'd missed him. She missed the way he touched her, the way he made her feel in the past. Oh, Antonio, I don't know what to say. I guess I should have verified the information, I guess. You should have known that I'm a man of class and taste. I would never send such a despicable message. She giggled. By email or by electronic mail? Lucy raised an eyebrow to humor him. He grinned. Antonio reached over to bring her body closer to him, and he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. I've missed you, Lucy. I've spent every waking moment thinking about you. Then why didn't you even call me? Because, my dear, I didn't want to bring this up, but Miriam is good in an evil sort of way. What do you mean by that?
She sent me an email on your behalf as well," he growled.
"But she doesn't have access to my account."
"She hired someone to hack into it. That's why I said I could have taken legal action. But I decided that she suffered enough when she was plagued by a mild seizure shortly after I caught on to what she was doing. It was then I realized she played both of us. But I don't want to waste any more of our time speaking of someone who's not worth a second of our time. I need you, Lucy. I need you in my life."
Lucy glanced down, not sure of what to say or how to reply. Heat flared up to her cheeks. She was so torn and confused. Would she end up being hurt again as she was demolished by Jeff? Would Antonio be different? Was she fooling herself by trusting him again? Could Antonio really be the one? Lucy shot Antonio a wicked grin. "You should have known I would never write such a lame email." He chuckled. "Listen, about your grandfather."
"He's recovered. Doc says he still has to take it easy."
"So the wedding is off then?"
"Actually,"
Antonio said, leaning into the breast jacket of his suit,
"he told me to give you this when I see you."
"What is it?" Lucy reached to take the card from him.
"A thank you card."
Lucy opened the card and covered her mouth with her hand, stunned. A picture of Tony and Shelley at what looked to be the registry office, both dressed in Funbird-themed outfits. She fought to stifle a giggle. "It's beautiful. I'm so happy for them."
"They thought it best to keep it simple, given his condition."
"Are you okay with them? Getting married?"
"I have to be. As you said, it's their life, not mine,"
he murmured, gazing into her eyes. He brushed his long finger on her cheek, and Lucy shivered. Butterflies tickled her belly. Then a loud yip from the nearby tree startled Lucy. She turned her head and saw a gangly puppy tangled in a decoration attached to one of the trees. He was caught on a branch. "How on earth did he get here?" Lucy asked, dropping her clipboard and making her way over. Antonio followed closely and watched her take hold of the brown, fluffy, four-legged beast. "He's so adorable," she cooed and stroked his fur. The puppy reminded her of Bailey, her beloved, beautiful mutt that was taken from her too soon. Oh God, he reminded her so much of Bailey. Her heart squeezed hard in her chest. She was overcome with emotions. "Where did you come from, sweetie?" Lucy paused. Her heart pounded harder and faster now. There was a festive, satin, emerald green bow around its neck. Emerald green was one of her favorite colors, and Antonio's too, she had learned. She saw a little box tied to the chain part of the bow. Her heart pounded in her throat. She opened the box, and there was a folded card. "Lucy, will you marry me? XX Antonio." Lucy almost collapsed into Antonio's arms. "What?" She was breathless.
"I believe the answer should be yes or no, Lucy, not what."
Lucy giggled and snaked her arms around Antonio's neck. She squealed with excitement. "Yes! Yes!" She hunched her shoulders and gushed. "Yes!"
"Good. I love you, Lucy. I love you more than I love anything in this world. I hate to sound cliché, but you complete me. You mean the world to me."
Lucy was overcome with emotion, and tears of joy welled her eyes. "I love you so much, Antonio. You mean the universe and then some to me." Antonio gave her a grin of approval and got down on bended knee to complete the proposal. Lucy's heart fluttered. Waves of happiness coursed through her blood. She was overcome and overwhelmed with pure, unadulterated joy. This was what it felt like to be in heaven. Lucy was sure. She was breathing hard and fast now.
"Take it slow there, future wife. I need you to be around for a long time."
Lucy tried to calm herself. This was all too much. Was she dreaming? Should she pinch herself?
"Sorry for the deception, by the way."
"What deception?" She asked him after he placed the most gorgeous diamond wedding ring she'd ever seen on her finger. She didn't even know a rock could be cut so huge and sit on a woman's finger. The ring certainly must have added to her weight by just wearing it. But it wasn't the size of the ring. It was about the size of Antonio's heart, and his love for her was huge. Oh God, he even remembered how much she had missed her dog Bailey, and she had described him to a T, down to his alternating white and black whiskers. And now, this little bundle of fur looked just like the one she had lost. There she was, doubting Antonio all this time, and he had this elaborate staging of events to get her to marry him.
"So you had all this planned?" she clarified. "Of course. Well, some of it. This little fella here," he said, snuggling the spirited pooch, "was a gift to you from Shelley, so I thought I'd bring him along. Well, I helped Shelley pick him out. I know how much you loved and missed your little mixed-breed friend."
Lucy gushed. She looked lovingly from Antonio to the puppy and back to Antonio as she weaved her arms through his while they walked on the grass towards the parking area.
"This is one of the properties we own. I figured you wouldn't know about it."
"So the Smithsons—"
"Sorry, those guys are great. They are married, by the way, and they were up to having a second ceremony if you had said no to my proposal."
He grinned, arching his sexy brow. Lucy flushed sheepishly. "And you planned all this with Maxine, right?" Lucy grinned and shook her head. She thought no one really cared about her, but Antonio cared. Maxine cared. She wasn't alone.
"Pretty much."
"You know, I owe her a lot."
"Don't worry. We'll make it up to her."
He flashed his boyish smile. "We'll make it up to her." Yes, Lucy loved the sound of we. Togetherness. Two souls in one. Yes, Maxine deserved some recognition in all of this. Lucy was glad she was handing over the agency to her. This was the ultimate planned wedding. She was betrayed by Mr. Wrong in the past, but now she was with Mr. Right, and nothing could be more fulfilling. So I ended up planning my own wedding.
"And what's so wrong about that?"
"Nothing, except, when is the ceremony? The invitations have to go out."
"Done. Maxine and I took care of all of that, Lucy. You needn't worry about a thing."
I'm speechless. So I got engaged and will get married in the same day? What about my gown?
Hey, people are doing it these days. Nothing wrong with that. Why waste time and headache with all that long-term planning? Besides, you already laid the groundwork. Maxine told me about the do-it-yourself wedding booth at the convention, and your gown was fitted when you tried on that dress at the same booth.
Maxine! Lucy grinned, shaking her head.
I thought it was a great idea. She showed me the email and we took it from there, making sure that you planned the Smithsons' wedding, how you would want your own wedding, since they were leaving it up to you to design.
Thanks. A warm feeling nestled in her heart. I'm so completely in love with you, Antonio.
I love you too, Lucy.
I don't know how I would manage to spend another day without you." When they arrived at their cars, Antonio firmly kissed Lucy, and the puppy he had cradled in his arms planted a sloppy wet one on his chin. Lucy laughed. "I think he's trying to tell us something. Here, let me hold my little guy." She carefully took the pup into her arms and cuddled him. "He's so adorable. Maybe he could be the ring bearer." "I think that might be pressing it. He may run off with the wedding bands," Antonio teased. "No, we can't have that now, can we?" Later that evening, the garden looked picture perfect. The flowers decorated it in such an enchanted way that Lucy felt as if she was the princess from a castle wedding at sunset. The sky was turning a purple, orangey hue. It was breathtaking. The blooms smelled of sweet perfume and filled the air with their fresh aroma. Lucy walked down the aisle to the soft, sensuous ballad Evergreen by Barbra Streisand. It was perfect given the floral setting. And what a sweet ambiance! Though the day was turning to night, the trees all had the warm glow of the lights and the fairy lights that decorated them. Then the aisle was gorgeously lit with tea lights and safe glasses, glowing in a warm orange. Gold and cream were the colors for the ceremony, with a touch of emerald green. What gave it its breathtaking ambiance was the fact that the four-place round tables on the property had lanterns underneath the tablecloths to give off the sensation of orange balls of sun glowing beneath the evening sky. Beautiful. Lucy wore a white, full-length Cinderella wedding gown with a plunging neckline that accentuated her body as her emerald green gown did the day she first danced with Antonio. She was choked by emotion over her small, close-knit guest list, her good friends. Maxine sat near the front since Lucy decided not to have any bridesmaids. She noticed Maxine eyeing Antonio's cousin Lucas, who was seated next to her. Lucy grinned. Then there was Tony, Antonio and Lucas's grandfather, who sat in a wheelchair alongside his new bride, Shelley. Darla from the office, and Mr. Petrie, and others watched Lucy with loving eyes as she made her way down the aisle. Antonio, of course, was stunning. There was something so desirable about a groom in a white, crisp, shiny tux. Breathtaking. And he was all hers. Proudly, she embraced with him when she reached the altar. The minister was in place, and the ceremony commenced. Moments later, "I do," Lucy answered, raw emotion controlling her voice. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," was all she remembered hearing before Antonio leaned down and swept her in his strong arms. He bestowed on Lucy the sweetest, most sensual kiss. She thought she would forfeit her breath. The cheers from the guests and the yapping from Sugar, their new puppy, brought the celebrations together in a spectacular way. Confetti glinted as it danced through the evening air, and the party began. And Lucy and Antonio would begin their happily ever after, together. Epilogue. 2 hours later. Besides the occasional influenza bug, Maxine rarely caught anything. But tonight, she caught the gorgeous bouquet of flowers from her friend and former boss, Lucy. She also caught the attention of Antonio's sexy-as-hell playboy cousin, Lucas. "Beautiful," Lucas grinned as he gave Maxine a salacious glance. Maxine was playing with the flower petals of the bouquet when he approached her at one of the tables on the lawn. Of course, he was dangling the lace garter that his cousin Antonio pulled off his new bride using his teeth. That was quite a hot sight to see. Did sexiness run in the family? It certainly looked like it. Lucas had a few glasses of wine and seemed quite mellow tonight. The music was blazing from the speakers in the dimly lit garden reception. The night was fresh and crisp. And Lucas was, well, fresh.
"Thanks, Lucas," Maxine said, flushing.
Lucas was not her type. He was a player, period. She saw the way he flirted with every other girl at the Diamond Ball a couple of months ago. Why, surely he didn't think she was some fly-by-night girl, did he? Lucas? Lucas caught the garter? Good grief. Marriage material? He was not. "Would you like to dance?" He invited in a deep, smooth voice as if to challenge her to say no. It was more of a statement than a question. Oh, God, there was the flirtatious thing going on again. Players are just not my type. She'd heard too much about Lucas's reputation with the women. He was smooth as warm caramel and could be just as sweet with his mouth. Maxine felt terrible having thought that. What harm could one dance possibly do? It wasn't as if he'd asked her to join his private yacht or anything like that. Heck, it was her good friend's wedding. People dance at weddings. Nothing wrong with that. Sure, Maxine finally agreed. Her mind was telling her one thing, but her heart was speaking a whole different language. It's just one dance, she told herself. Nothing more has to come of it. Why did she get the feeling this would not be the last time she saw Lucas? This has been The Billionaire's Second Chance Bride, the Romero Brothers Book 1, written by Shadonna Richards,